Well, good morning, California, and welcome to our California Redistricting Committee meeting today. This is Wednesday, November 10th, and I'd like to go directly. I am Commissioner Trina Turner. Try to decide full name, one name, okay. And we're going to go straight to roll call this morning. Ravi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Yee.
Here.
Commissioner Akmat.
Here.
Commissioner Akutagawa. Commissioner Anderson.
Here.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Presente.
Commissioner Forashari. Commissioner Forashari. Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Commissioner Lamont. Commissioner Sadwani.
Here.
Commissioner Sanai.
Here.
Commissioner Taylor.
Presente.
Commissioner Toledo.
Here.
And Commissioner Turner.
I am here.
You have a quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you,
Commissioner
Ravi.
Vasquez is also here. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez.
As am I. This is Commissioner Akutagawa.
Thank you.
Me too.
Great, thanks.
All right, the gang's all here. Wonderful, thank you. And just today being Wednesday, November 10th, tomorrow we will not be meeting. Tomorrow is Veterans Day, so would just like to begin by acknowledging and honoring all of our military personnel, past and present, wanting to say how much we appreciate your service to our country. We salute you. So happy Veterans Day for tomorrow to all. We're going to today move straight to our agenda item number 6. We've talked about, yesterday we were in our process of drawing lines for the Senate. We were able to move through our VRA districts, and we're going to pick up today. We're going to start at the top and go all the way down through our Senate districts. The desire is for us to complete those and then move into our Board of Equalization. So we are moving and excited about the process. Thank you all for monitoring. Thank you all for calling in, writing in, contacting us, utilizing the visualization forms that are on our website. We are viewing it all. We're seeing a lot come up real time, and we will have an opportunity to continue reading your comments and thoughts and feelings on how we're moving in this process. So with that, Tamina, we'll start in the north. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, Chair. And good morning, Commission. We are going to start with our 1107 Senate Visualizations handout, and we're going to be starting on page 9 with NCOAST. Welcome to Senate. So NCOAST, as you'll recall, is the Northern Coast Visualization District. We used to have Trinity in it. The direction was to take out Trinity from this visualization, and so we went from a 2.96 deviation to a negative 3.88. That was the only requested change for this particular district. We'll now be going to page 12, Napa Byron. The direction for this visualization was to add Yolo with Solano. Yolo is whole with Solano in this visualization. as well as with the Sacramento Delta area. Also whole is Napa, and then certain parts into Roanoke Park that were requested from Sonoma County. I was asked to take out Vallejo and Benicia for this, so Vallejo and Benicia out. They used to be in with, down here with Contra Costa. I was asked to take them out in exchange for West Sacramento, which I lost over here. So when West Sacramento was taken out, that was part of the trade for these two. So now Solano is whole in this visualization. Moving to page 15. This is Cocoa. I'm sorry, before I completely leave it, this is a Cocoa Napa Byron, but you'll see that for Napa Byron, we do come down from into the Cocoa area and have Bethel, Oakley, Knightson, and Brentwood as part of this Senate area. So that was page 12. We're going to be doing kind of 12 and 15 together right now. Page 15 is Cocoa, and you'll see that area I just mentioned, which is taken out of Contra Costa County. The rest of Contra Costa County, south and central, are together all the way along the 4 corridor through Antioch. You'll remember that this visualization last time actually used to include Lathrop and Manteca. This went all the way out this way, took Lathrop and Manteca and added it to the Cocoa District. And I was directed to cut at the county line, so that is what's happening here. Another direction was to keep Pittsburgh and Bay Point together, and they are together in this visualization. This also adds Vallejo and Benicia, as I said, took them out of this area, brings them back into Solano. And it also allows for a completely intact Tri-Valley from even Sunol, Pleasanton, Dublin, Livermore, all the way up through San Ramon and then up the entire 680 corridor. Next, we'll be going to page 13, which is Alameda. Alameda is our Oakland-based district, which keeps Oakland whole in this visualization, goes up the 80, let me zoom out a little bit, all the way up through Rodeo, so takes the Alameda County north of Oakland, all the way up the 880 through Contra Costa County to Rodeo. This also preserves the Oakland Hills line, which I was directed to preserve. We're going to go to page 16, which is Eden Tech. Eden Tech keeps all of Eden together. We are able to take Pleasanton out. You'll recall it was part of this in the previous visualization. So we were able to take that out, and we traded, the trade for that was the Berryessa neighborhood down here in San Jose. So we have the Eden area complete with San Leandro, Hayward, Castro Valley, and all the unincorporated areas together. Fremont is whole with Newark, but the trade was for Pleasanton was to come down and take Milpitas and Berryessa, the Berryessa area over here, and several San Jose, northern San Jose COIs. This area here of northern San Jose was also taken out and added to this next district we're going to talk about. But there, before in the previous visualization, this section of San Jose was with Eden Tech, so this was part of the trade as well. We're going to be going to 18, which is S. Cruz. So named because this used to be in Santa Cruz, and if you'll recall, we used to have the neighboring district of Es Clara, which came out to Modesto and Turlock area, and so in order to switch that out, I was asked to preserve the county line here. So this is the top of Santa Clara County with S. Cruz. I was asked to stop at the county line. So this is really looking at all of southern San Jose. That's what all of this purple area is here, with the exception of a few neighborhoods west near Cambrian Park and a tiny little bit around Burbank over here. And then, of course, the areas that I just mentioned in the previous visualization. We also have East Foothills and Alum Rock in this area. They are split for the COIs that were given. As I believe I've mentioned before, the Alum Rock neighborhood COI looks a little bit different from this Alum Rock census designated place. And so that's what was followed. And that's why this line is the way that it is. But the North San Jose Berryessa COI, Latino Alum Rock COI, Punjabi Sikh COI, Japantown COI, and they are all whole in this visualization. As well as the Sunnyvale, Cupertino, Santa Clara COI. And we'll move to page 14, which is San Fran. San Fran is San Francisco whole, and this is actually untouched. This is what we did before with the San Francisco split. It's 35 east to Kings, goes down Gellert and Arroyo, then goes to the 82 to Westboro, and so finally ends up on Memorial over here. This is, like I said, this is untouched from what we had last time. So we'll go to page 19, which is Peninsula. With Peninsula, I was asked to stop at the county line and to keep Santa Cruz separate from San Mateo County. And so this visualization trades Santa Cruz County for the Saratoga-Campbell area down here in Santa Clara County, as well as the parts of San Jose that are right around it. So I can zoom in on those areas. As I mentioned, this little purple area around Burbank and Fruitdale is also San Jose City, and so that has been included in this visualization as well with Saratoga, and those were the trades for Santa Cruz County. Aside from that, we have the rest of San Mateo County and the El Camino 101 corridor coming down through San Mateo into Santa Clara County, all the way up to the Sunnyvale border. So we take Mountain View, Los Altos, and Loyola, and then the line stops there. Next, we'll be moving on to S. Clara, page 17. I'm going to zoom out a bit so you can see the whole thing, and then we'll go in a little bit. The bottom architecture is very similar to what you've seen before. What is different here is the addition of Santa Cruz and Los Gatos, which have been added to this central coastal district. What happened is we traded San Benito when this was requested the direction was to move San Benito and the 101 corridor of Monterey out into a possible VRA experimentation. What happened was up here, we were able to gain Santa Cruz, as the whole Santa Cruz County intact, as well as the Highway 17 corridor up to Los Gatos. We also lost Salinas out of here. Like I said, this 101 corridor, Salinas used to be a part of the Monterey district, so this was paired with San Benito. And then moving south through Monterey County, we get to San Luis Obispo, where we come down to Arroyo Grande. Arroyo Grande was requested to be kept north with San Luis Obispo County instead of moving south with a Santa Barbara-based county. And so that is accomplished in this visualization as well. And then we move to page 20, which is S Coast. S Coast is our Santa Barbara and Ventura based district, which includes the southern half of San Luis Obispo County. Southern Santa Barbara coast here is whole with Santa Barbara. You'll recall that before there was a carve out in Santa Barbara coastal area. So the direction was to bring them back with Santa Barbara County, and that was accomplished. All of the islands here are together. Since Ventura and Santa Barbara are together, then all of the islands are together in this particular visualization. And the Ventura split is still the same. We have Camarillo joining the Port Wainimi to Piru Koi in this visualization. And aside from, I believe the only city split in my areas is the one in South San Francisco that we were looking at. The rest of the cities are whole. And that concludes my area.
Thank you, Tamina. I appreciate always the work that you all are doing. And at this time, commissioners, I'll open before we move to comments for this area. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Just two issues that I wanted to check with mappers on. First of all, would it make sense to go ahead and move Discovery Bay and Byron to the Contra Costa area? The population looks to be less than 20,000, and they just, to me, feel a little bit isolated out there. Sorry, move them to the Napa Byron. Sorry, yes.
Sure, I can take a look at that right now.
And certainly interested in community input on this as well.
So this change is 16,935 people. The resulting deviation for Napa Byron will be 4.73%, and the resulting deviation for Cocoa will be 2.17%.
I would propose to go ahead and make that change.
Okay. Commissioner Kennedy, you mentioned also, unless there was any type of COI input. Marcy, I don't have my email quick enough. Who's on today?
Kimberly's on.
Kimberly, can you just quickly see if there's anything for Discovery Byron that had a preference? And if not, we certainly can make the change.
Let me check.
In the meantime, Chair, the other area that I'd like the mappers to take a look at is I'd like to get what the population split is between the Ventura County segment and the San Fernando Valley segment of that area
I'm sorry,
where the two are joined.
before we leave this area, could I wonder why we're not going, why the curl back under Byron? You know, normally it sort of follows that angle straight down. Yeah, why that little section right in there?
Oh, this is the census tract shape. I can change that if you like and go to census block.
Well, I'm just sort of wondering. I don't know that area very well. If anyone does, it struck me as I haven't seen it ever drawn like that. It's more kind of following the line of Brentwood Byron on down. Thank you.
Kimberly, has anything come up? Commissioner Sinai, you have something. Commissioner Sinai?
Doing a quick look at this, at the input we've gotten for Discovery Bay and Byron, they are considered part of the Delta and these groups. So most of it has said to try to keep them together with the groups that they were just put with.
The pending change that we have not yet made, is that supportive of that?
I believe so. Can I see it one more time? I'm sorry. It's moving Byron and Discovery Bay north, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So when you, Tamina, when you finish the census change, we will accept the other change so that Commissioner Kennedy will move to your next point as well.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Kennedy, your second change?
I wanted to know the breakdown in population between the Ventura County portion and the San Fernando Valley portion of that area where they're linked. Thank you.
Sure, one moment, please. So this population is 522,251 people. That is the population of Ventura County versus the Simi Valley, versus.
Okay, let me rephrase. So what I'm looking at is that area that combines Simi Valley and those other portions of Ventura and portions of the San Fernando Valley. And I'd like to get the population breakdown between the Ventura County portion of that area and the San Fernando Valley portion of that area. We've been asked multiple times to, if we're not able to keep the San Fernando Valley whole, at least ensure that the San Fernando Valley population is not swamped by population from outside the San Fernando Valley. So that's what I'm looking at. Thank you.
So this area in the red, the selection currently is 323,139 people.
And then the San Fernando Valley portion would be something around 700,000 then?
6,070 people.
For a Senate district?
670,000. I apologize.
Okay. Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Ye?
I was going to move back to San Francisco. Does Commissioner Okutagawa want to stay in this area?
Yes, I just wanted to ask a question, I guess either of Commissioner Kennedy or I guess everybody. I do know that we heard, and I read some of the COI testimony as much as I could. The desire, number one, was to try to keep the San Fernando Valley as contained in their own districts as much as possible. My question would be also the SCSFW, that puts Santa Clarita with parts of the San Fernando Valley. There's been also COI testimony. It's been mixed. Some from Simi Valley do not want to be with Santa Clarita, and vice versa. And then there's also a number that want Simi Valley and Santa Clarita valleys to be put together. would that make sense both from a numbers point of view and also from a COI perspective as well too? I just wanted to ask, given the desires of the San Fernando Valley to remain contained within a district as they can. Thank you.
Jamie?
Hello, this is Jamie for the court reporter. So this question, I'm just going to zoom out a little bit. And the question is keeping Santa Clarita not with San Fernando Valley. Is that correct?
Yes, that was just a question I guess I was asking because we did get COI testimony that desired to put Simi Valley and the Santa Clarita Valley together. It was very mixed. There was also quite a few that did not want it that way. And then in addition, there was COI testimony to try to keep the San Fernando Valley as, contained in a district as much as possible. However, looking at the two halves of the San Fernando Valley communities that we have, would they be better off together in one in one district, sharing enough commonalities and communities of interest that it makes more sense? Or is it, or based on I guess this is really just a question, but also a question for the commissioners too, based on their interpretations, what they've read about the COI testimony. Because I don't know enough in detail about these communities in the San Fernando Valley. I've read through it, but I'm still trying to really understand it. Thank you.
Jamie?
Just from a population numbers perspective, the Santa Clarita Valley is just over 300,000 people. And we just heard that this area, which is currently in East Ventura County, is similar population. So together they would make about 2/3-ish of a Senate district, meaning that they would need to pick up 300,000 and change people somewhere else to be together in a Senate district.
Thank you.
Commissioner Yee?
If we're done here, I'd like to go back up to San Francisco.
Okay.
So I'd like to try the same change that we did yesterday to the assembly. So for Daly City, adding the neighborhoods of Westboro and Bury. Respecting COI testimony to keep the Filipino American community united there.
Sure, just a moment, please.
While she's working on that, Commissioner Sinai?
I think I support this. I believe that would put more of South San Francisco together, but I'm not sure. But South San Francisco is a really tight working class community, and the more we can unite South San Francisco, the better it'll be for them, obviously. But I just wanted to put that out there as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Sadwani?
My comment's about a different district.
All right, we're coming your way.
Okay, so the first part of this change is 27,497 people. This is taking the two neighborhoods that were mentioned and adding them to the San Fran district. This creates a deviation of 6.19%, knowing that we're moving over to Brisbane next. And resulting to Peninsula is negative 0.58%.
You read my mind. So can we next move Brisbane to the peninsula, respecting COI testimony for Brisbane to be part of the peninsula?
Yes, one moment, please.
While she's doing that, Commissioner Anderson, a different area or same?
Same area, actually, and it's a small thing, but it means a lot to people in San Francisco. When you're going to rename a few of these areas so they really reflect the area, what the areas are called. No one in San Francisco uses San Fran. So if you could just switch to SF or something like that, but not San Fran, thank you.
Duly noted, thank you. The addition of Brisbane to Peninsula is 4,858 people. Resulting deviation of Peninsula is negative 0.09%. Resulting deviation of soon-to-be-called SF will be 5.7%.
Okay, so we need a little bit more population. What are some suggestions?
The unincorporated area, that's San Bruno Mountain,
Perhaps we could pick that up along with Colma?
or just try the one first.
No?
Shall I accept Brisbane first?
Yes, please.
Commissioner Sinai?
How about including, oh wait, I think I'm wrong. Are there any split cities down, South San Francisco split? Is there anything else that's split?
San Bruno is split according to that neighborhood that we just included.
I think before moving inland and trying to grab Colma, maybe we could add more.
That unincorporated area, the white section.
As I was saying, before we did, I think I would try to make South San Francisco whole.
Okay. For population reasons, I won't be able to make it whole. However, this is the line we used for the assembly, which created more of an even split. Did you want me to try to start in this area and see how far I can get?
Sure.
That sounds wonderful.
Okay. One moment, please.
And for the record, I don't know if you picked up, Commissioner Yee said sure as well.
This change is 15,537 people. Peninsula is now at 1.49%, and SF is at 4.13%. Would you like me to keep going?
Let's try to match the assembly line. Okay, I like that. Any other reactions?
Will accept, please.
Thank you.
Commissioner Commissioner Ahmad on the same area?
Yes.
Okay.
Just a quick question on that little tail that pops out. Is that an unpopulated area or?
There are 15 people in this selected area. The census block looks like that.
Okay. Thank you.
It's San Bruno Mountain.
The little tail area is part of this unincorporated area here.
Thank you. Are we good where they are? Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Ahmad. Commissioner Sidwani?
Yes, thank you. I actually wanted to go back to the district that Commissioner Kutagawa was looking at, the Simi Valley, San Fernando Valley. And I think Commissioner Kutagawa asked some questions. I think that she's right. We have conflicting testimony in this area around Simi Valley and Santa Clarita. Where we have less conflicting testimony, however, is in the San Fernando Valley. And this is both a direction and a process question for all of us, really, is, we've been taking this approach with the Senate districts of looking at them individually. But Senate districts can, and not in all areas, be nested. And I know I brought this up last night, but I think from a process standpoint, it could help us answer some of these questions. I understand that you can't simply nest two VRA assembly districts. But when I look at a map like this, I'm thinking, yeah, well, we could certainly take a look at a San Fernando district. We have two pretty good, I think we're in pretty good shape on the assembly districts. This is an area where, from a process standpoint, I feel like we're missing the boat, and we have an opportunity to make our lives a little bit easier as we continue to refine the assembly map. It can help us at least serve as a guide to where we might be drawing some of these Senate districts. Because to me, if we reorient a Senate district around those assembly districts that we're building out in the San Fernando Valley, it can help us answer some of those questions about whether we're going to put Simi and Santa Clarita together or where the breaks could be. So, for me, I would still want to see the assembly districts underneath this. This is an area I definitely would be curious about using the assembly districts as a guide for nesting. I have no sense at this stage, when we're about to approve a map this afternoon or evening, where to begin approaching that without a total redraw. So I'm certainly open for suggestions, because I don't think Simi Valley with San Fernando is the answer. I think we've heard loud and clear that they are not the answer. They do not go together.
Commissioner Ahmad? So with that statement and just process question, Commissioner Satwani, how do you want to take the lead on this?
Well, this is a process piece, right? I mean,
Sure.
I think on the one hand, we could approve what we have, making some minor refinements and come back in December and say, hey, let's take a different approach to this Senate map. Or we can revisit numerous areas here. I mean, we can center ourselves here in the San Fernando Valley, but that's going to have reverberations through the rest of the LA County areas. So, I'm happy to go in either direction, because I don't think that what we have in front of us is going to be our final maps. And for me, I'm really approaching this if at least in my mind, is if we can sort out some of the communities of interest testimony at the assembly level, it's going to be a guide to the Senate. It's not going to be a perfect nesting, but it will be a guide for how we pull things together. Mm-hmm. So we can look at this. I mean, we could anchor LA County and San Fernando Valley and the VRA district that we had looked there's a couple of VRA districts in LA County, and work from there. But I think that would ultimately be a major architectural reconstruction of this area. And I'm also pragmatic, and I think we need to keep it moving for today.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. I mean, when I first saw the Senate visualizations here this morning, I immediately recognized some of the underlying assembly districts. No, they're not perfectly nested, but they were close enough that I could recognize what had been set out on the assembly visualizations, as underlying some of this Senate architecture. I would like to take us back to the point that has been made on a number of occasions. Yes, we could combine most of the San Fernando Valley in a single Senate district, but then we're going to have a small remainder that then gets joined with something else versus dividing it essentially into two or two and a bit. But the two would be predominantly San Fernando Valley districts. And my understanding of the community of interest input from the Valley has been that, given the options, they might prefer two majority districts to one exclusive district and one where the San Fernando Valley portion is a minority. So that's my thinking on this. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Anderson?
This is, again, sort of the process issue, and it's for next time. It's not right now. But as we think, if we are considering nesting for the Senate, we should consider and work on our assembly districts and ensure that none of them are greater than either are within plus or minus 2.5. If you keep it less than that, you can always add two of them and you'll be within, for the Senate, you'll be within plus or minus 5. So as we consider and work on assembly districts with that in mind, and then we want to pivot and grab them, we will be able to do that. Because if you look here, just looking around, you've got the negative 0.633, okay, you can add those. Say, I'm not proposing this, but when you look a little further over, not in this particular picture, but you have 4 and 4.3 and then 2.2 next to each other. Nope, you can't do that. So if we think about in that direction as we work through this for later, that will help us, give us that option.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner, okay, with that in mind, it looks like we're going to accept these current changes that we have, and it sounds like we're going to come back and have more discussion once we have the broader and deeper conversation in regards to our assembly districts. Mappers, we're ready to move.
Where would you like to move to?
Los Angeles. Oh, no, wait, where are we? That's right. I'm stuck on yesterday, so we're going to continue. So, Tamina, you were finished?
I'm finished, Chair, unless any of the commissioners would like to see any other parts of this area.
Okay. Jamie, you took the helm and took me to LA. I'm like, oh, it must be Los Angeles next. Okay, so I think it's Kennedy. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, I can't, I'm sorry if I'm just going out of order here. I just wanted to bring up, I know that we've heard from quite a few callers about Fresno Kern. I mean, it's a Senate district and it's extremely, we know the Senate districts are going to be extremely large. However, I just wanted to at least acknowledge that we did hear them and at least ask, is there any other possibilities that take into account some of the other changes that were made to the assembly district yesterday that could maybe make the district a little bit more compact? I think we at least, owe it to the callers who called to address this question. And maybe there isn't. It's just as we've been told, it's 1 million people, and when you're in areas where there's not a lot, it just means more area. So wanted to at least just bring it up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa, and we may come back and have you restate that in a bit. Kennedy, let's have you tell us what you have so far, and then we'll come back to this.
So far, we went over the 2 VRA consideration visualization districts, and we went and saw Kings and Kern and the San Benito, Merced, Fresno district, and that is where we left off from yesterday.
So what I'd like for you to do now for this area is to take us through the Senate districts, starting at the top from where you are and all the way through.
Okay. So I will, one second while I get those page numbers. So moving to page 30 would be that Fresno Kern district. And I'll zoom in so that we can see what is here in Kern. What is not in the city of Bakersfield in the VRA consideration visualization is what is in the Fresno Kern. We have Oildale, Rosedale together, and then we have Old Stockdale taken out as well. And then zooming out, we have the Bear Valley Springs to Tehachapi area, Rosemont, Edwards Air Force Base up to California City. Here in the southeastern corner. And then moving north in Bakersfield, we have Ridgecrest and Inyo Kern, as well as the Lake Isabella area in Kern as well. And then moving up, we have what is left in Tulare. And this does...
Kennedy, excuse me one moment. Can you put the county lines on? Are they there?
Yes, they are on, but I can make them thicker. They are the red line, and I'll make it thicker right now. How does that look? Would you like it thicker?
No, that's really good. Thank you.
Okay, good. So again, I'll point that out for anyone else who might be able to see my hand is following the county line here of Tulare. And then we have Visalia and Three Rivers kept together. There are no splits in Visalia. And then we have Ivanhoe, Wood Lake, Lemon Cove, Lynn Cove to Three Rivers. And then moving north, we were able to, as I mentioned yesterday, split Fresno, the city, once. And so we have the city of Clovis, and then northeastern Fresno. It stretches out to the 99 border right above Shaw, and that is in this district as well for Fresno Kern. And again, page 30. Now we are going to move north in the Central Valley to page 28. This has parts of South Sacramento County, which include, let me move this more towards the middle, Vineyard, above Elk Grove, Wilton, Galt, Harold, Clay, and then we have San Joaquin County kept whole. And then it also dips in to include some of Stanislaus County to the western part of Stanislaus County, and Riverbank to Salida are kept in here. Then we have Patterson and Diablo Grande and Newman as well.
Kennedy, what page was that again? I missed it, sorry.
This was page 28.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now we will continue moving north, and next we'll be moving to page 27. Titled South Sac Stannis. I made a mistake. My apologies. That's why you're lost, because page 28 was not that one. That was page 27. Page 28 moves out here. That's my bad. Okay, so let's go to actual page 28 now. That is the San Joaquin Stanislaus. And so here we have Merced, which was split into two. We have the city of Merced, Atwater, up to the Delhi county line here of Merced. It's split in the middle. And then we have Modesto, Turlock, Oakdale to Knights Ferry going east, which is something similar to what we did in other visualizations as we were looking. And then we have the rest of the foothill side of Madera, Yosemite Lakes to Oakhurst, Mariposa, Tuolumne, Calaveras, and Amador kept together, and then Alpine, Mono, and Inyo kept together in this as well. And there are parts of El Dorado taken out as well for population. As you can see, it's still under negative 2.07, but we have Placerville, Diamond Springs, Cameron Park, and Shingle Springs as well brought down into this visualization for population. And that was page 28. And now page 27 is what I accidentally explained before, but let's just take a look again. And so here in Stanislaus, again, we have the western side of it, including Diablo Grande, Newman, Patterson. And then we have in the northern border, Salida del Rio Riverbank as well, going north into San Joaquin, which is kept whole, which therefore keeps together Mountain House and Tracy with Stockton, Lathrop and Manteca. However, Lodi is in this as well with Stockton. But also the eastern farming cities are together within San Joaquin as well. And now, moving on to page 24 is Sacramento. Here we have Elk Grove going north with Florin, Parkway, Lemon Hill, Fruit Ridge, Greenhaven, Pocket Area, southeastern Sacramento, and the city of Sacramento is kept whole. And then we have cities north, including Rio Linda, Ela Verde, Antelope, McClellan Park, North Highlands as well. And also Rosemont and La Riviera. Now moving to page 22. ECA, this Eastern California, which again turned out when we were going through Congress and making some of those changes looks similar to what we have here. So we have the Lake Tahoe area kept together, Kings Beach to the north, South Lake Tahoe to the south. We also have Grizzly Flats, a part of this visualization that doesn't go south, it continues to go north. And then within Sacramento, we have Arden Arcade, Carmichael, Rancho Cordova, Mather, Fair Oaks, Folsom, Citrus Heights, Orangevale are the cities in Sacramento going up north and east. And then we have Placer kept whole. And lastly, we will move to page 8, this Northern California. And I'll zoom out so we can see it in its entirety. We have Nevada and Sierra kept together, Butte, Sutter, Yuba kept together as well. And we brought in Del Norte and Trinity. And then we also have the part cut out of Humboldt that intrudes the Karuk tribe lands. And as you can see, this one has a negative 4.88 deviation, and Eastern California has a 4.84. So these two could balance each other, but it would probably mean splitting Placer further. And those are the Senate visualizations in my area.
Thank you, Kennedy. Commissioner Kutagawa? Kennedy, I'd like to go back just to take a quick peek at Merced, where the split occurred, to see what the numbers and where that split is, and if we can put make Merced city, I think you said. Was it the city of Merced or the county?
The county is split. Merced, the city of Merced is kept whole.
Okay, and so where Merced County is, let's see where the split is occurring, and if you tell me about.
So the split is right here, right in the middle of the county. The county line takes a dip, and right at that dip, it goes down. So Dos Palos, Los Banos, Volta, Santanella, Gustin are all on one side to the west. And then to the east is where we have Stevenson, El Nido, Merced, Atwater, Winton, Livingston to Delhi. Those are all on the other side.
What's the population of the Gustin, Los Banos, Dos Palos side?
I will take a look at that one moment. That has a population of 69,714 people.
Okay, thank you for checking. No changes. Commissioner Fernandez?
Thank you, Chair. Kennedy, can you go to Norca? And if you can go down to like the northernmost part next to, I'm looking at my, kind of like the ECA, hold on. Yeah, like right there, that's perfect. Okay, hold on. Oops. So Placer, you said is whole, correct?
Correct.
Can you zoom in just a little bit more, kind of like in that area, like where Sheridan is? And
oh, yes.
oh, sorry.
So Sheridan is to the left of the screen at the moment, and I'm circling that.
And that is, Okay, so what I was, if you can zoom out just a little bit, what I was going to try to do was move some of that ECA up to Norca, because as you did mention earlier, they're almost the same, one's negative, one's positive. So I was thinking of, and then ultimately, if you can zoom out just one.
One zoom.
Yes, one zoom. I think one zoom, it might be, okay, that's fine. What I was trying to do is next to Elk Grove, we have Vineyard, and I don't think in any of the visualizations we've been able to keep those two together. Again, that's part of the Elk Grove, Florin, Greenhaven, Lemon Hill community of interest. So I was kind of hoping to try to do that. So I was going to try to shift some of the population around. So in ECA, could you grab, yes, yeah, there you go. Could you grab those two communities? Was that Georgetown and yeah.
And before you do that.
Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry, not Georgetown. All the way up to the, yes. That's the county line.
Yeah, okay. So grab Meadow Vista, Colfax, Alta.
Yes, I'm not sure if that's going to be enough to be able to shift it. But somebody else had a question, or did somebody else have a question?
Commissioner Sinai, and then Commissioner Anderson.
So we've received a lot of testimony in Cape Sierra and Nevada together, but we've also received some testimony, I was just looking up, that Truckee, there's the Tahoe Truckee area that they engage more. So I just wanted us to think before we move things down in the valley, if it made sense to look at bringing Truckee in with Tahoe.
Okay. Commissioner Anderson?
I was actually kind of going the other way. I was thinking similar to Commissioner Fernandez in that taking a little bit of population out of Placer, about 16,000, putting it into NorCal, so we could put Trinity back into the north coast. And I'm trying to align the assembly areas, because I hate when counties in one assembly area, but then separated from its assembly area in the Senate. So that's what I was trying to do. And I was just thinking, if we can find about 16,000 in Placer to add to NorCal, then you can pull Trinity to, I think it's North Coast or that one.
Okay, so let's hold that and let's finish the direction then. Commissioner Fernandez was going, and then we'll add in those pieces, see where we are.
How much is the Sheridan, Kennedy? If you go that way, I guess.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So right now, adding Sheridan, I can keep clicking some blocks, but we have a population of about 19,000. This brings the NorCal visualization to a negative 2.92 and the ECA to a 2.88.
Okay, but it's only getting us down to 2.9.
I can, well.
Yeah, can you keep, I don't want to take Tahoe out, that's for sure. I like where it is. Although I guess we could go opposite of what Commissioner Sinai said, move Tahoe up to be with Truckee.
Think you're going to get there this way, Commissioner Fernandez? Want to still keep there, or we're going to try the other visualization?
The only
exploration.
Yeah, I know. It'll look kind of odd. Can you grab Forest Hill?
I will try that.
Forest Hill has about, it's not going to be that much.
We do have a lot of testimony just saying to keep the east side of Donner Summit together, so that would be Truckee and all of Tahoe. I mean, just to think differently than what we've been doing.
Oops. Can you grab Auburn right there?
Yes, one moment.
Those are Auburn, Penryn, Newcastle.
Grab all of them?
Well,
Or
just go
start
down.
with-
Yeah.
Start with Auburn.
Yeah, I think.
And so North Auburn is above, and Auburn is not contiguous, so there's a part that's above.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to scratch it for now, but I'm still going to look at it because I really do want Vineyard and Elk Grove, because they are, you can't really tell the difference between where Vineyard starts and Elk Grove ends. And plus we've received, I forget how many communities of interest for that area, to include also South Sacramento. Thank you. And just out of curiosity, when you back out of this, can you see the population, what the population is for Tahoe? The entire part?
Oh, yes, so take this out of the
Yeah,
visuals.
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for entertaining me.
And then all of Tahoe.
To include Myers. Well, let's do Tahoe first and then see what Myers would be. Thank you.
So actually, Myers got caught in there, so let me take it out first.
Oh, wow.
So population without Myers for this selection is 39,000 people, 39,723. And adding Myers, it jumps to 41,888.
Okay, and if you connect it to the, yeah, thank you. Just clean that up. If you could connect it all the way to the district line, because there's probably a little bit of population there.
Then
Okay.
it goes to 43,405.
Okay. Thank you. I will think about that. So I just wanted, what was it, 43,000? Thank you.
I also would like to point out that brings the deviations to a negative 0.49 and a 0.45.
Right,
and
which
would
is
be-
really good.
Would be connecting Truckee to the Old Tahoe area.
Right.
Looks good.
I think that looks good, but yeah. I don't know, Commissioner Sinai, I think you're the one that brought up that area.
I'm basing it on the 100 and something COIs that I'm reading really quickly from that area. It feels good, it feels right to
Yeah.
join communities, especially in areas like this that can
Remote,
be really
yeah.
remote and isolated.
Right.
And, anytime you're in Tahoe, you see Truckee signs. I mean, they are completely connected.
They are.
Okay.
Yeah, one's on
Commissioner-
50, one's 80.
Commissioner Anderson, we're wanting to accept this. Were you going to have more for this area?
Well, if we've added all that to NorCal, then I can certainly ask to have Trinity taken out and put with the North Coast.
Which might conflict with my wanting to use that for the
It's only
vineyard.
16,000 people. So.
Oh, how many?
16,000, so it won't.
I know, I'm trying to think of how big Vineyard is. I don't know how big.
I
Okay.
think Vineyard is about 44,000.
Yeah, I think, yeah. 16,000.
Kennedy, let's accept this change.
Okay.
Commissioner Fernandez, your hand's up.
Oh, I still have more, but I think Commissioner Anderson.
Yep, and she's next.
Okay, okay.
Commissioner Anderson?
Did you want to put it down and let her go first, and then I'll, because we kind of have conflicting places. She's going to go, she's going to go Trinity, and I'm going to go
Right,
south.
I'm trying to keep a county that's in the assembly district that then it's separated from its assembly district to be put in with another whole grouping for a Senate. And so I'd like to, and we've certainly heard community testimony that it's the entire Klamath watershed. Trinity does connect with Humboldt. And we've had it that way in the assembly and also the congressional. So I'd like to put Trinity, I'd like to go from North Coast and add Trinity from NorCal.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I thought you were, yeah.
Please.
That should be about right, negative wise.
That brings North Coast and North California both to deviations of -2. North Coast is -2.25%, and Northern California is -2.06%.
Good.
Great. Yes, yeah, please, you could,
Okay, we'll accept it.
great. Thank you.
Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, I'm just thinking, I'm just looking at the coastal region and Del Nor. So, I mean, we have, I think this, adding Trinity makes sense to me because they've always been together, but, or have been and they do quite a bit together in those communities, and we have COIs. But Del Nor and Humboldt have strong connection as well. So I'm just thinking about choices, but at this point, looking at the deviations look good. But since we just added Tahoe, I'm just wondering to the north, to the other region. I'm thinking it might be a good opportunity to add Del Nor to the coast for population purposes.
Shall we see what that looks like?
Let's take a look at what it looks like. If it's too much population, I would support leaving it. But we do have Del Nor with all of our other visualizations.
Kennedy, it takes our deviations to negative 4.61 in NorCal.
Oh, yeah. Yes, negative 4.61, and then North Coast balances to 0.29.
But North Coast would be almost where it's supposed to be, right? But the NorCal would have a negative 6.1.
And can I get Commissioner Yee to weigh in, please?
I'd like to support moving Del Norte into North Coast because of significant Khoi input from the Yurok tribe, whose lands, ancestral lands, and current reservation lands both span Del Norte and Humboldt. So I support that.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez?
I support that as well, and Norca will be under, and I think I have some suggestions for that too.
And Commissioner Toledo,
So
can we
I'd like
accept?
to.
Are you good?
Yes, I'd like
Okay.
to get that added.
Kennedy will accept this, please. And then Commissioner Fernandez, while she's doing that, you want to get started on your next, you had an ideal to reduce the deviation for.
Norca, yeah.
Beautiful.
So if we can go, Kennedy, back to like where we're at the Tahoe area. And I'm thinking what, oops, where am I? There we go. I was thinking of maybe bringing that line more towards the west so that the more remote areas of Placer and El Dorado are together versus, once you get to Lincoln and what is that? Oops, El Dorado. It's more of city. So I was just trying to keep the smaller towns together.
So could that line potentially be at the Meadow Vista?
There you go.
Okay.
It's not going to be, the numbers aren't going to be huge, but at least the smaller towns will be together and you won't have hopefully you don't have as many conflicting priorities.
This would bring the Northern California deviation to a negative 2.18 and the Eastern California visualization to a negative 2.04. And it would include the cities of Alta, Colfax, Meadow Vista, and Forest Hill, and comes right to the border of North Auburn.
Yeah, that looks good. I was just wondering if we could, no, that's fine. That's fine. That way we're not splitting too much.
Shall I commit this change, Chair?
Can I just get the terrain layer on?
Yes, one moment.
It's all mountains.
It's all mountains.
It's all mountains.
And it does connect around the
county lines.
The county lines and the major highways, so that makes sense to me. Thank you.
Okay, does that make sense? We're accepting? All right.
Okay, and then if we can,
There's just a little non-contiguous block hanging out there. Now, there we go.
Beautiful.
zoom out just a little bit, please? So I'm trying to, okay, and then if we can go to, yes, we're going to be, and then go, Wait a minute, what happened here? What happened here? We don't have what I thought we would have, unfortunately. Because we moved that up.
You thinking, Commissioner Fernandez?
I am, sorry.
Okay.
Kennedy, run this through again in terms of what we did, because for some reason I thought we would have, we would be heavily under in the
You want a bigger
ECA.
negative deviation here.
Yeah, I thought that was
So we didn't, we just took the Tahoe area and this area out, but we were more so balancing these two together instead of making this one more under. We were balancing these two. So we didn't take enough population out of here. We were just doing enough to balance Northern California and ECA. But to move Vineyard in, then it's, you want to move some of these cities up, so then you'd have to take more of Placer out and continue moving it up into Northern California.
right. That's not what I was hoping for.
You want to keep looking at it while we move and come back? Or
I
you-
do, because I'm going to be bad and I might reverse part of it. So, thanks.
Okay, we like what you've done so far.
Okay, I just had one question though, quickly. What was the Truckee population again?
I would need to check one more time. One moment. Oh, just Truckee?
Just
Or-
Truckee, yeah.
Okay, Truckee itself. Truckee has a population of 16,740.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, I see where Commissioner Fernandez is trying to go. I just want to make sure that we realize that COI testimony has extensively through this area. It's keep Sierra and Nevada together and keep Placer and El Dorado together. And we are definitely not doing that here. So I just want to bring that forth, because we certainly have gotten lots of community of input testimony about keeping these counties together. So just want to mention that. I understand Commissioner Fernandez is rethinking everything, and we'll see what ends up coming out of it. But I just want to mention that, please.
Okay, Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, just in thinking about that, I'm just wondering if the line drawers can maybe provide some suggestions on how we could connect Vineyard to, or make Commissioner Fernandez's vision a reality. Is there a way to, so what would be the easiest way to do this is, I guess, the question for the line drawers, and keep the deviations within acceptable ranges?
Yeah. So what I would do would just be to bring Vineyard in to see what the deviation is and just keep rippling population north.
And my thinking also, Kennedy, was everything that I did with the Tahoe and Placer, I would reverse that piece. I would reverse everything out, keep Commissioner Anderson's recommendation and Commissioner Toledo's recommendation. I would keep both of those. And then possibly move Truckee in, go the opposite way, so we're not, I don't know. That's my thinking at this point, because it would keep Placer whole if we did that way, which is what Commissioner Anderson brought up. Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, here's an idea though, because to take, is it Fruitvale or no? It's what, Vineyard. As you're trying to add Vineyard to Sacramento, you need to then find population for Sac Stan, and I would grab that from Napa Byron, because see, you're taking your sack stand, we go more negative, grab it from Napa Byron, which is right next door. Would be a much easier way to do that.
Also, we have I was just going to say, we have the pending changes window, so we don't have to, we can see what it looks like before making that change if you want to.
Okay, Commissioner Sinai?
Two things. One, are these changes based on communities of interest and requests that we've gotten versus, that's its gut? And then second, on this whole point that, we've heard this about big counties, we also, people start big and then go small, and that's going to happen very regularly. And so I could easily see people say, keep Placer, El Dorado, it's easy for some people to say, keep Nevada and Sierra together, but then when the time comes, a community who says, hey, keep our valley together, Truckee with Tahoe, because that's how we work. And so things aren't going to be clean cut, and we kind of have to take the different communities of interest that are coming in and not just get stuck on the ones we heard first or the ones that make it easier, but kind of see how do we balance all that. But I would like us, when we're making these changes, just to really think through, go back to the database and look at those type of things, because we are getting a lot of different inputs and some stuff is conflicting, and we've done a lot of changes down here in the Sacramento and in that area, while I don't feel like we've listened to a lot of the people that are closer to the other border, up on the mountainside, where they keep saying it doesn't always make sense to go east-west. Sometimes we need to go north-south.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Akutagawa, then Fornashari, then we're going back to Fernandez.
Yeah, so to Commissioner Sinai's point, I do want to, I'm happy that Commissioner Fernandez is trying to pull Vineyard in. I did read about that particular community. There is a particular community of interest amongst the Filipino community there, and they have noted that Vineyard and Elk Grove have very close ties. That's one of the reasons that they have close ties, and so I do believe that it would be good in keeping a COI together as well too. That would be something that if it can be achieved, I believe that the direction in which we're going with trying to incorporate them in would be one in which would keep a community of interest together. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, thanks. Can you pull the map up, please? I'm sorry, the other up. Okay, that's probably good. So it looks like Oakley, Brentwood, Byron are in Napa Byron. Sac stands is low. They want to be with San Joaquin. So maybe there could be a trade there, taking Vineyard out and putting it into Sacramento, and then moving some population from there into Sac Stand and make that trade.
Kennedy, let's, Commissioner Fornashari, give that as direction to Kennedy so we can see what it looks like.
Okay.
Grab that whole part of Contra Costa and move it into Sac Stands, please. Or just grab it and let's see how many people.
So this has a total of 130,985 people. It would bring Stack Stanislaus to a 10.61 deviation and a Napa Byron to negative 8.53.
And Vineyard is only 40,000,
Yes, I would need to check. I think it's about 44,000.
and West Sac is already in.
YOLO. But yes, West Sac is connected with YOLO.
Okay. We can't,
Well-
we certainly couldn't move them all.
Well, with that, Commissioner Fornashari, do we want to move, never mind, they're already up there. Okay. Lodi?
Well, we'd have to move Lodi to Napa Byron,
Oh.
which will
Nope.
kind of strange. Okay, I guess that's not going to work.
Okay, Commissioner Fernandez?
Okay, Kennedy, let's do your suggestion. Let's move Vineyard in and then see what the effect is. Thank you, and thank you, fellow commissioners, for going on this journey with me.
And we're at break in 2 minutes.
Okay, before break, you can see that there's 44,071 people. This would bring Sacramento to a 4.15 deviation and Sac Stanislaus to a negative 7.11. Sacramento would still be in an acceptable deviation of plus or minus 5. Oh, sorry, to the reporter. I'm speaking fast for break. And Sac Stanislaus would be a negative 7.11%.
So then Stanislaus, we'd have to find a couple of percentage.
Correct. Possibly the tail of Sacramento. However, that does connect to Napa Byron.
It does, yeah. Can you go down a little? Can you go south? Just so I can see what's on the other side of Sac Stans. Thank you. And right now, San Joaquin is whole, correct?
San Joaquin is whole.
Okay.
Kennedy, just a quick clarification, because the lines are the same size now, I'm getting confused. The black lines are our district lines, and the red are the county, and they're, okay, so the tail is of Sacramento is part of Napa Byron, is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
So why don't we add the tail to Sac Stan to make up that population difference?
That's because in Contra Costa, we do have Bethel Island down to Byron.
I
And
see.
next it
Okay,
together.
you've added that together, right? Okay, thank you.
But if you wouldn't mind.
You go down a little, oh, can you go down a little bit, Kennedy? I know, I'm getting confused by the district lines versus county lines.
Would you like me to make one of them thicker than the other?
Or could we make the red one, the county lines just a little thinner?
Okay.
Okay, so is Oakdale in? Which one is Oakdale in? In Sac Stanislaus, or is it in?
Oakdale is in San Joaquin, Stanislaus. It goes from, this was a previous name, but it's from Stanislaus to Merced and then goes out to Mariposa, Tuolumne, and Calaveras, Amador.
Can you zoom into that area right there with Riverbank and? Chair, is Salida is probably connected to Modesto, I'm thinking? Is that a community of interest?
Salida is connected to Modesto.
Okay. And Del Rio and Riverbank and Home Valley as well? Pardon?
All of those connected to Modesto.
Okay.
Ripon as well also. Actually, Ripon is too, but.
What about the, oh, that's not going to get you enough, Valley Home?
Never heard of it.
Can you see what that population is, please?
Sorry, invitations, I'll come visit.
I can. One moment.
It's got to be little.
Valley Home has a population of
285.
2. Yeah.
Okay. Can you keep going down a little bit? So the, okay, so my,
Okay, and now we're past break. I was so on top of it, and we're 3 minutes in. So we are going to go to break now.
okay, I'll keep looking.
We'll be back at 11:18. Thank you. Thank you and welcome back. Before we get started, I'd like to ask Kim, I'm looking for some research information, so if you'll check the chat and get back to me, I'd appreciate it. So we were in the process of having you check some things for us, and so yes, please, Kennedy.
I think before we move forward, I would like to note that Modesto is not kept whole. It's non-contiguous, so there's a part of it here and a little part up there. So maybe before moving forward, I should reunite that before making more changes. Obviously, your decision, but I thought I would point that out. And as far as deviations go, it doesn't change too much at all.
Oh, I thought I was still waiting for you. Are you waiting for me?
I was waiting to see if you want me to do that.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I didn't, I figured I just.
I'm like, Right. Thank you.
More than one. I put 2 cream. Do you want more?
This is fine. Thank you.
Okay, so reuniting it brings us from a negative 2.07 to a negative 2.01, and this from a negative 2.65 to a negative 2.71.
Commissioner Fernandez, thank you. Let's accept that.
Okay.
Okay. Can you go up, oh no, right where we're at. Can you capture that piece that's to the left of Modesto, like the left of all that city? Yes, thank you. Maybe all the way down to the population of 400, or what was it? Yeah. And maybe capture like also Monterey Park track and that like the Cowan, like that area right there. Please, thank you. Oops. And the whatever that is, it Monterey Park to the left.
It's actually a really tiny little, I'm not sure if city, CDP, but it's right there, captured in there.
And then what? And then it says Modesto there, but that's not Modesto, right?
That the city of Modesto is.
Is it split?
It's not contiguous.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah.
interesting.
So there's a part of Modesto that
Okay.
goes down here.
Okay. Can you see what that does to our?
This selection I have here.
Oh, yes, but then did we already do the vineyard? I wanted to see how it was going to impact when we moved the vineyard.
Oh, yeah. So I can only do one at a time,
Oh.
and we didn't commit the changes to moving vineyard in. We just took a look at its pending changes. So I can do it. I can still accept this and then move vineyard, and we can still see that way as well.
Oh, that'd be great. Thank you.
And Kennedy, before you do that, remind me, this change is, we putting them in, out? Tell me, what are we doing with this?
You can.
So we were going to put that into the SSACS status. Because we were trying to move Vineyard in with Sacramento to keep it whole, or to keep it with Elk Grove for the communities of interest up there. Because I don't think that community of interest was kept whole in any of the other, in Congress or in the Assembly. I think it's always been split out. I was trying to give them at least one district that they're connected.
And Monterey Park Tract is a CDP that has 165 people.
Okay.
Let's see what this looks like so you can move to Vineyard, and I'll try and bring up some COI for this area.
Thank you.
See what we're doing to these folk. Thanks.
And I would like to note that this does not touch Modesto. It touches the city border, but it doesn't take in any of Modesto, West Modesto, or Riverdale Park. So I will commit that change now.
Thank you.
Did you say Riverdale? Riverbank? What did you just say, Kennedy?
I said this does not take, this just touches the city boundary. It doesn't take the city of Modesto, West Modesto, or Riverdale Park. None of it is split or taken out. It just touches the border. So now should I move up and make that change to Vineyard?
Yes,
Okay.
please. Thank you.
Yes. I don't think there's anything in there, really.
So moving Vineyard in again brings Sacramento to a positive 4.15, and then the Sac Stanislaus to a negative 6.54.
Okay.
Would you like me to make that change?
Jimmy, just one quick, can you move down again, real quick? Comanche Village, that's in a different, is that a different county?
Yes, Comanche Village is in Amador County.
Okay, can you keep moving down a little bit? Thank you. Just a little bit more. Okay, hold on. Oops. Where's the end of this? Just one more down, I think. I just want to see where the bottom of this district is.
It goes to the end of the Merced County line.
Oh, it's on, wait, I'm getting confused. The SSAC Stannis.
Oh.
I was looking for that one.
Yeah,
Thank
sorry.
you.
That's here at Newman at the Merced County line also, but to the west side of the county.
Oh, I see. Oh, I didn't realize that. And Gustine is a different county, right?
Correct. That's in Merced County.
Okay, show me where Merced County is. Oh, so Merced County is already split.
Yes, it's split once. Down the middle where this black line is, that might.
Okay, I don't want to split it again. Okay, I am going to, for now, abandon this. I will definitely come back to it in December.
So, shall I undo the change?
Yes, please,
Okay.
thank you. And then I want to go back up to the plaster and undo some of that stuff since it's not working out. And I want to try to keep plaster whole.
So you want me to undo those changes entirely, or would you like to make it a little different than before?
The changes I want undone are the ones, not the Trinity or Del Norte. I want to keep those.
Okay.
But then the other changes, and then I want to try to remove Truckee.
In?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So committing this change brings the Eastern California district to a positive 4.84%, but then brings the Northern California district down to a negative 9.04.
Okay.
9.06%.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Is that okay, Chair?
Oh, yes, please. I'm sorry, Chair.
Okay, so this is another stepped process, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yes, please. While we're doing that, Jane, Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just while we're in this area, I just wanted to mention the Alpine and Sierra, they're counties, but Alpine has 1,200 people. Sierra has 3,200 people. So, you know, when we're often talking about, well, it's a county, but if we could kind of consider those, since they are the size they are, they're about the size of a small town. So that when they say, you know, our economy depends on such and such, it's like saying this town is part of another county. So I would like us to keep, you know, Alpine wants to be with Mono, Sierra would like to be with Nevada. So if we could kind of consider that it's not just two counties that want to be together, it's you don't want to isolate those from, you know, like you don't want to isolate that's just a small town. So I just kind of want us to keep that in mind when we work through this area. Thank you.
Thank you. I have me in the queue, but I'm going to go back to a different area. So Commissioner Fernandez.
Okay. I hear you, Commissioner Anderson, but there's also quite a bit of COI testimony. Other option, though, is Placerville. Is Placerville currently out of that?
Yes, Placerville is out.
Oh, but it's not helping my NORCA.
Yeah, and one change we made there was bringing Del Norte back to the coast. And that We brought Elk Del Norte and Trinity back to the coast, so that's no longer in this northern visualization, which is why it's lower than when we started.
Okay. So NorCal we have to bring down. So that we have to bring down, that's due to the Trinity and the Del Norte, correct? Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, let's look at Truckee, please. And those are Truckee and the Tahoe area. They do have a community of interest. Tourism, skiing, summer, all of it. One's on the 80. See, now I'm doing one's on Interstate 80 and one's on Interstate 50.
So Truckee has a population of 16,740. Bringing it into the Eastern California visualization would bring the deviation to 6.53%.
Oh, that's right. It's going to make it worse. Yeah.
Yeah, and then Northern California further down to a negative 10.75%.
It's too short, so I'd have to go the other way. That'd have to be Tahoe. Yeah, can we try the Tahoe?
To try moving Tahoe north?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. I went the wrong way. Those that had ridden with me know that I go the wrong way a lot, so. Okay, I think that's, yeah, thank you for cleaning that up. I think I'm comfortable with that. Okay, that's all I have. I would recommend so that we do keep those tourist snow communities together.
Okay. Looks like we're going to accept those changes when you get there.
Okay, so I was just cleaning up around the edges, moving this Tahoe down to Myers north into Northern California would bring the Northern California deviation to a negative 4.61 and the Eastern California to a 0.4%.
Thank you. So we are accepting. Commissioner Fernandez?
Thank you. Just out of curiosity, what's the population of Placerville? Or I should probably look it up in my handy dandy paper here. 10,000?
Yes, Placerville has a population of 10,783 people.
With Diamond Springs, right.
And what's Diamond's? No, Diamond Springs is more. Okay, nope, I'm just gonna leave it. I'm just gonna leave it, thank you.
Kennedy, if you would please go back down to the sack stands area. And we were there for a bit. I'd like to take a look at Ripon and see if we cannot bring it into the same Senate district as the VSD San Joaquin so that we have Modesto, Oakdale, and Ripon together.
Okay, I will try that now.
Chair, while we're waiting for that, could I?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez, I know you're trying to get Vineyard in. West Sacramento is 54,000, Vineyard is 44. So if you want to put West Sac back with Yolo County.
West Sac is with Yolo County in this visualization.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but thank you, though. I appreciate that. And that keeps Yolo County whole.
So here for contiguity, moving it north, I added Salida as well, which I don't remember if you said to it or not, but that would bring San Joaquin, Stanislaus, the one with bringing it into Modesto, would bring that to a deviation of 1.11%. And then north, the South Sac Stanislaus would be a negative 5.83%.
Okay, let's lock that in for now, and let me see if I can pull in, yeah.
Can I try to help, Chair?
Yes.
Prior, we were bringing, oops, but she's, oh, maybe I can't help.
Sorry, there's a census block, I'm assuming a river of some sort that
Okay.
I had to add it or else it would split this at the county line. So I'm just adding a few more to even that out.
On the prior, when I was trying to get more, we went to the, is it Modesto? Went to the Modesto city lines, and that might be enough population to move. That's just a suggestion.
Yes, ma'am.
So I just delete it. So would you like me to commit this change or try?
Let's make this change, and then let's see what the other, because we still need more population in Sac Stannis. We can take a look as well as because we ultimately did not make Modesto whole, right? Is that where we were at? I think that was too many.
Yeah, it's just a gigantic block.
Wait for the map to catch
Sorry,
up.
did we undo the Modesto hole? Modesto is whole.
There were some things around there though that we.
Oh, the
undid.
area.
Okay, so is this a change you would like to make, Chair?
This is a change I'd like to make.
Okay.
And then I'd like to see Sac Stannis, the lines where they are, to see where I can pull in population for Sac Stannis area. Just there.
So moving this line closer to Modesto.
Yes.
Okay.
Kind of like what we did
Okay.
a little bit ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. I'm thinking this is a whole lot.
So this section here gets it to a negative 4.92%.
Okay, let's do that, and we'll see these communities can give us a response to this area. Mm-hmm. And then Kennedy, let's go please to, I'd like to look back at the Merced area again. There is, and thank you, Kim, for researching it. There's a substantial amount of COI testimony requesting that Merced, which was split in the last Senate district, to be kept whole. And it was, I think you told me there were 60-some thousand people on the one side, 660-some thousand people on the Santanella, Los Banos, Dos Palos. And then we're at a, let's see what it does to make them whole on one side or the other. And you can check the VRA numbers as well.
So this would put the San Joaquin Stanislaus over at 7.26%, and then bring the San Benito Fresno to a negative 4.6%, which is stays in deviation, and the Hispanic CVAP, the Latino CVAP is at 55.31%. And I would like to mention that north in this district, that's where Placerville and Diamond Springs are put in. So if you're thinking about taking things out, there's stuff north in this as well. That wouldn't split counties more than they're already split.
What was the previous CVAP? Latina CVAP?
One moment.
$55.19, I believe.
Yes, so it actually brings it up from 55.19 to 55.31%.
Commissioner Anderson?
Mine was not this particular area, it's just I want to see the greater Sacramento area.
Okay, Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, are there any disadvantages of moving towards the west in this from the line drawer perspective in terms of other districts that might be impacted?
Well, if we take a bigger look at the district it's going into, I think there's potential to balance in the north.
So you're saying it's a positive, that it'll allow us, give us flexibilities in the north?
I wouldn't say one or the other.
No, but from just from putting the deviations together, not so much.
Well, so it brings this over, but you do have flexibility in the north because this is already at a negative and this one is at 0.4%. So balancing a 7% with a 0.4 would mean a 3 and a 4%, which are both within deviation.
And does council have any advice here in terms of VRA? Because it is a VRA area.
But it increases our CVAP, and we also have at least a couple of comments requesting that we increase CVAP in this area. But I'm sorry, I'll now let council answer.
Yeah, I don't see that this change implicates Voting Rights Act concerns.
So let's explore further, Kennedy. So let's accept this and then see how this does impact North.
So the northern border of this is at, taking in from El Dorado County, takes in Placerville, Diamond Springs, Shingle Springs, and Cameron Park.
And we can now remove some of that, right, to reduce. Okay, so we're back up in the area that you were working with before, Commissioner Fernandez.
Okay, so we wanted to, okay, we have to, okay, let's go with Placerville.
Okay, we will start there.
Please. I apologize for not saying please, Kennedy. I love your work. You're doing great.
Thank you.
And actually, maybe Rancho Marietta down at that corner. Does that help? Is that the same district? Or no?
It's in the one below it,
Oh,
and that
never
one's at a
mind.
negative 4.9.
Never mind. No, wrong
okay?
district. Okay. Actually, you know what? Can we move from El Dorado Hills east? I'm thinking that and try to pick up that. Does that make sense,
Yes,
Kennedy?
and I would also like to note the deviation with just Placerville alone for you.
Okay.
That would bring the Eastern California to a 1.68.
Okay.
And then the San Joaquin San Stanis lost to a 5.98%.
Okay.
So
if we could do like
pick up Diamond Springs as well.
Or I was thinking of like Shingle Springs and then move towards Placerville. Does that make sense? But go ahead, do Diamond Springs. I don't think Diamond Springs is going to give you a lot of. So I'm thinking if we can actually pick up Shingle Springs and Diamond Springs and move it up, that would be great.
Okay, so I will start with also clicking Diamond
Sure.
Springs and seeing where that gets us.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay.
So with Shingle Springs and Diamond Springs, then we're at a positive 4.35, down in the San Joaquin Stanislaus, and a 3.33 for Eastern California.
Could you just, click on that one too, just to see what it looks like? Oh, it brings it over. Okay.
It does bring it slightly over, and I'll zoom out. One suggestion you spoke about before was pushing Sheridan north.
Okay.
I don't know how many people are there or exactly, but if this was slightly overpopulated, that was a direction you'd given earlier. But it would split Placer County once, bringing Sheridan north.
Can we try that, please?
Yes, so I will start with this one and even that out. Should I add the rest of the county? Okay.
I would like it.
Do you like that? Okay. Well, fixes the San Joaquin for sure. Oops.
So there's no more cities or CDPs in this area. So with your permission, I would add the whole county back in.
Yes, please.
Yes,
Okay.
that'd be great. Then we've got to fix the other one, though.
And then I will move up to Sheridan and Placer.
And show me where those counties are all kept whole, though, right?
Well, Placer and El Dorado are split to bring the Tahoe area.
Oh, that's
north.
right. That's right. Okay. Oh, dang it.
Would you like me to check the population of Sheridan?
Yes, but that would split Placer in 3. No, but if we took part of Sheridan out, that would. Go ahead. I'm not sure what Commissioner Anderson was saying. I couldn't hear you, sorry.
Sorry, they're both sections of Placer going up to NorCal.
Oh,
different
okay,
areas
you're right,
of
I'm
it.
sorry. Yes. Thank you, I'm glad I phoned a friend. Because we could look at maybe Sheridan, if that's not enough, Meadow Vista and Colfax and Alta. Connected. Well, it looks like it's at the deviation. Chair.
Yes, it does, actually. Yay, we did.
The blocks are a little jagged over here, so I'm just trying to straighten that out. So bringing in Sheridan, Meadow Vista, Colfax, and Alta would bring ECA to a positive 4.51%, and then Northern California to a negative 2.62%.
Yes, please accept that.
I'm wondering, shall I connect this part as well? Just at the county line, this is taking at the county line. Shall I take more of the county line to keep it together, as in like right under here, keep clicking the blocks under here, or to not do that?
Kind of even it out. Is that what you're doing?
Yes.
I don't even know what's up there, actually, to be honest with you.
Could you show us where Interstate 80 is on this, please?
Yes, one moment. Oh, the label is a little small. Let me try to make that a little bit bigger. I'll turn this on. So the 80 runs through here.
Well, you could probably then continue it on till you
Okay.
get to Truckee, because Truckee is on Interstate 80. Is that where you were going, Commissioner Anderson?
Well,
Because then Interstate 80 will go down to Auburn and.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
correct. No, I mean, if we're doing this, I would go ahead and take the 80 corridor, yes. That we're doing this, I am wondering, I'm just a little concerned. This looks like to manipulate the large cities, the whole outerlying area is being kind of sacrificed and cut up. That's why I'm concerned about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
My hand is up to talk about something else.
Oh. I guess I'll respond because Chair is busy right now. So I guess on the flip side of it is I see some positive in keeping some of the smaller communities in the same district because this area that's shaded red right now they're obviously the smaller communities of Placer County. So, and plus I don't know, I'd have to do some more research in terms of which other areas we can pull from to try to get the ECA numbers down.
So Commissioner Fernandez, or we want to stand down on this and wait a bit, or where are we at? And while you're thinking about it, Commissioner Toledo, are you weighing in on this?
Yeah, I was going to weigh on if we're going to move in this direction, I would even it out a little bit through the highway. So I would add that, and then at this point, if we're considering it, I would just approve it, given that it helps our deviations. Our deviations are in acceptable ranges for both of those districts at that point. Thank you.
Okay, there it is evened out. Would you like me to make this change, Chair?
Yes, please. Okey-dokey. And now we'll move to Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. What I'd like to do is just back out a little bit and have a look at the whole San Francisco area again, please. And okay, well, not quite that far. If we could zoom in a little bit on the Sacramento. Okay. There were some areas that I couldn't quite see on the smaller map, and I was just trying to have a look and see what's going on there. But okay, thank you very much.
Then with that, Kennedy, I'd ask you to go please one more time. Let me look at the outskirts of Fresno, and then I think we're done. I'm done anyway with this part. Thank you. Kennedy, any other, Commissioner Anderson?
Yes, I'm just thinking before we leave the whole Central Valley area, which I think we're about to do, I just did want to mention about, I guess, need to get, could we back out just a little bit, please, Kennedy? Just want to make sure I'm talking about the right area. I guess it's the Fresno Kern. We've been getting a lot of testimony from this area, how they don't like certain things, and we are hearing you. And I just want to say, unfortunately, you need 1 million people to get together on this. And there's a VRA district, which is required to be drawn, and then there are mountains. And it's literally stuck between a rock and a hard place, because a mountain is a hard place. And there are different areas, there are different interests. But the one thing that in terms of going from Bakersfield to Fresno, it's a long way. Going over the mountains, which would be kind of the only area to grab population for, that's even longer, particularly in the winter. So, and if you don't have broadband, you really can't get there. So it's unfortunate because of we just have very, very large Senate districts in the state of California. And so we appreciate all your input, and we expect to hear a lot more from everybody all over California. And we are considering it very, very carefully. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Anderson. And there's substantial COI testimony that has a greater concern for Assembly, more so than the Senate. So when we have the continued conversation around Assembly, I will want to lift this again and look at how we are separating Fresno from Kern in the Assembly district as well. So thank you for adding that in. Commissioner Toledo, please.
Just if we could just take one last look at San Benito and Monterey. So given the feedback and the changes we made to the VRA district, just to look at it one last time before we go to the next portion of the state.
Also, Chair, I just wanted to bring up in Assembly, Fresno is not linked to Kern.
Fresno County, Kern County is separate?
In Assembly, they're not together.
Oh, and that's what they wanted. Beautiful. Thank you.
I think we did the best job we could given the VRA considerations and keeping as much as of San Benito and Monterey whole. So with that, I'm okay to move forward to the next map. Thank you.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you, Kennedy. And I think this is it for this area. But before we go forward, we need to go backwards just a quick second. Commissioner Yee?
I wanted to propose a small change to San Fernando Valley. I apologize for not catching this earlier. So this is at the border of Van Nuys and Sherman Oaks along the 405. Right where it dips down there. So it's a small change, but we've received literally hundreds of COI testimony about this, as well as calls. So I thought we should fix it now so that folks will not need to continue calling. So zooming in more, let's see.
This is Oxnard.
Right.
Is this the boundary you're looking at?
Yes. Oh my goodness, it looks like it's already been straightened. So Oxnard to Hazeltine?
So, yes, in the Senate, so there have been a couple different versions of this COI sent in. Originally, members of the public said it went to Khalifa Street, which the census blocks don't line up with exactly. The commission more recently has been getting testimony saying that this area goes up to Oxnard, which is the straight line here.
Right.
So in Senate right now, It's up to Oxnard. In the other versions, I think it's up following Khalifa as best as possible.
That's right.
So that's the difference in the boundaries.
I see. And I did confirm that it should be on Oxnard. That is the official neighborhood council boundary now. It was changed in 2009. I should have caught this yesterday, but if that has not been changed for the assembly also, we'll want to go back to that, but this may not be the time for that, I guess. Okay. Okay, this is all good then. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Jamie. All right, so we are ready for Jamie, for you to talk to us about your Senate maps.
Of course. Thank you. Little tired here. One moment, please. We're just pulling up the page numbers. Okay, could we please start on page 34? This visualization includes Santa Clarita Valley and parts of San Fernando Valley. It's neighborhood council areas of Sylmar, Pacoima, Mission Hills, the city of San Fernando, Arleta, much of Sun Valley, North Hollywood areas, Van Nuys, split at Oxnard, Lake Balboa, and Reseda. And this is a percent deviation of 1.67%. Next, page 35. In East Ventura County, this visualization includes Simi Valley, Moore Park, Somis, Thousand Oaks, Oak Park, and Bell Canyon. In the San Fernando Valley, it includes Granada Hills, Porter Ranch, North Ridge, Chatsworth, West Hills, Woodland Hills, Tarzana, Encino, Sherman Oaks, part of Sherman Oaks neighborhood, Studio City, Valley Village. This is a percent deviation of 0.63%. Moving on to page 36. This includes the westernmost part of Los Angeles County, the Malibu area, including Westlake Village, Agora Hills, Calabasas, and Topanga. Additionally, includes Palisades, Bel Air, West Hollywood, Beverly Hills, West Side Neighborhood Council, Westwood, Santa Monica, Venice, Marina del Rey, in this very northern area of Westchester, and additionally includes just the shore here near LAX, including south of LAX, El Segundo Beach, Manhattan Beach, Redondo Beach, all of Torrance, Gardena south of Rosecrans, Lomita, Rolling Hills, Palos Verdes. This is a percent deviation of 1.4. Next, moving to page 37, please. This visualization is a deviation of 0.6. Again, this is page 37. Includes LAX, Del Rey, Mar Vista, Palms, Culver City, Inglewood, South Robertson, Pico, Mid-City, West Adams, Jefferson Park areas, also including South Central Neighborhood Council, areas of Westlake. And the border here is at the southern boundary of historic Filipino Town. This does not include the historic Filipino Town Koi. Please join me at page 38. Zooming out to see the whole thing. This is a percent deviation of negative 1.54. It includes San Pedro, Wilmington, Carson, West Carson, Compton, Harbor Gateway South and Harbor Gateway North neighborhood council areas. Includes West Rancho Dominguez, East Rancho Dominguez, Compton, Willowbrook, the Watts, Coy, Westmont, West Athens, Hawthorne, Alondra Park, Lawndale, Hawthorne, Lenox, Delaire, and the area of Gardena north of Rosecrans. We discussed some of these yesterday. So we discussed on the one called 710 to water yesterday. That's on page 39. So page 40, please. The NELA visualization. This includes Greater Wilshire, Koreatown, East Hollywood, Silver Lake, Echo Park, historic Filipino Town, LaSalle Park, Highland Park, the LA 32 Neighborhood Council area, Lincoln Heights, East Los Angeles, Boyle Heights, downtown LA, Vernon, Commerce, Maywood, and Bell. It's a percent deviation of negative 2.04%.
Do you have the page number for that?
That was on page 40.
Thank you.
We discussed page 41 yesterday, so we will look next at page 42, please. This visualization includes Claremont, Laverne, San Dimas, Glendora, Duarte, Monrovia, northern parts of Arcadia, Pasadena, South Pasadena, Altadena, La Cañada Flint Ridge, La Crescenta, Glendale, Burbank, Eagle Rock, Atwater Village, Hollywood Hills, NoHo Neighborhood Council, Foothills Trail, and Sunland Tahunga, and areas of Angeles National Forest. We already looked at the visualization on page 43. And so next we're going to look at page 44, please. Zooming out, because this is geographically large. This visualization includes Antelope Valley with Victor Valley and areas of northern San Bernardino County. Additionally, includes areas in northern Upland and Rancho Cucamonga in San Bernardino County. And those are the current Senate visualizations in Los Angeles County.
Thank you, Jamie. Commissioner Ahmad?
Thank you. I was curious to know in SD 210, what is the population of, I believe it's Hollywood Hills below Glendale?
One moment, please. Just verifying this is the area you're looking at?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So this isn't the exact boundary of the neighborhood council area, but pretty close. And this is 17,967 people, so just shy of 18,000.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. My understanding from all of the input from Equality California is that the preference would be to move West Hollywood into the SDNELA area to reunite it with the rest of Hollywood. So I would propose that we undertake to do that.
Absolutely. Yep, I agree with that. Commissioner Sinai?
This was an area that has a CVAP for Latinos at 49.21. So one of the thoughts we had was actually moving Hollywood up to SD 210 and then bringing Eagle Rock in to SD Nella, because we've gotten significant feedback that Eagle Rock wants to be that Latino community wants to be together. So I just wanted to check in if it mattered which way we were looking at unifying Hollywood and West Hollywood.
Thank you. We'll explore some of these. Commissioner Vasquez?
Yes, I was going to say I'd like to explore moving Eagle Rock into SD Nela, and I'm also wondering, I've given it a little thought, but I'm wondering when Commissioner Kutagawa gets back if maybe we will be in a place to think a little bit more about SD Nela. I know we cut short a conversation. I still think this is a good place to start, but I did want to give Commissioner Kutagawa an opportunity that she wanted to study this more. So yeah, I think we should. I don't know that I've seen a preference as to whether West Hollywood and East Hollywood. I know we have heard from Equality California that they go together to not split the LGBTQ community, but I am curious about potentially moving them into SD 210.
Thank you. Commissioner Toledo? Nope, Commissioner.
Yep.
Okay.
I'll go back. Sorry about that.
The hands up and down. What are we doing?
I am supportive of unifying the two. I'm also supportive of adding Eagle Rock. The question in my mind is which to do first, so that we are careful with the deviations and try to get to balancing of these, because there's significant population that we're shifting.
Okay, and as we're having this conversation, for the line drawers for Jamie, I'll just mention, so we're also getting testimony, comments in regards to our Californians that may have a challenge with color blindness or what have you, so as far as being able to differentiate the lines. And so I'll put that out there, and I'm not sure what suggestions to make about it. However, I'll name it to see if there's something that can be done.
Could I ask a clarifying question of which lines are difficult to differentiate according to the comments?
Well, I hope they continue to write in and answer that. It's just that the the testimony is that it's difficult when trying to discern which lines go where in redistricting when with color blindness.
I'm going to make the district boundaries larger. And I hope that this helps, and if anyone finds comments with more details.
Thank you. Commissioner Sadwani?
So where to begin? I think, can we pan out just a little bit so I can see more of the entire area? So please correct me if I'm wrong. Currently, the northern parts of the city of Los Angeles, including Los Feliz, North Hollywood, are paired with the 210, including Sunland Tujunga. I'm trying to figure out this piece the Equality California is calling in about. And I've mentioned this before. I live in this sort of area. Sunland Tujunga is a fairly urban-rural sort of location. I mean, you definitely have folks up there that are having horses and much more open space. There's that connection to the mountains for sure. I'm concerned that many of these cities in the northern parts of Los Angeles would be better served not in that district. I'm not sure how we get there. So I'm okay for now with this West Hollywood switch to that area to support that COI, but I'm also wondering if there's a larger readjustment to these maps that better keeps the city of Los Angeles whole, and maybe with splits in like Burbank, Glendale, Pasadena, as needed, only if needed for population purposes, and orienting West Hollywood, Los Feliz, and other parts of that COI with the beach areas. And in particular, as I look further down in the beach areas, I see Gardena and Northern Torrance as a part of this district. And Gardena and Northern Torrance, we've had quite a bit of testimony, I don't know if it's specific to the Senate maps, but in general about historic African-American communities that have cultural centers throughout that area, as well as some of the testimony from AAPI groups that wanted to see, I believe it was Gardena and Northern Torrance, and I would need to go back to my notes. I'm wondering if there's swaps that can be made here. And this is a very sort of classic West LA district, West LA coastal sort of district that we're forming here. And to that end, I think that perhaps there's larger structural changes. But in general, to get us started, I would support the switch from West Hollywood for now. But I think in the long run, there might be broader changes to be made.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Taylor.
Yes, real quick. I know you asked where should we start. I was going to suggest that we start with the Eagle Rock switch, and I am in support of what Commissioner Sadwani just said. I wonder if that Los Feliz community is best served in the Nila district. Thank you.
Commissioner Taylor, you want to walk through the directions for Jamie?
Yeah, to begin, much as Commissioner Vasquez suggested, to put the Eagle Rock out of SD 210 into SD Nila.
Thank you. And while she's clicking on that, Commissioner Vasquez?
I will wait. I think I will wait because my next is, I think this opens up opportunity. I'm in some ways trying to stall for Commissioner Kutagawa. This does open up opportunities to explore maybe reworking some of this like Vernon commerce piece. What in previous maps was the gateway cities, some of the gateway cities. So just wanted to flag that. But I think this addition of Eagle Rock, can you widen this data box so that we can see we don't have another readily accessible ethnic community indicator. So I'm just sort of using the Hispanic CVAP as a proxy for the Hispanic community. Okay, I think we can accept this change.
Okay, Commissioner Taylor?
That was a lingering hand, but I want to go ahead, Regis, and accept the change as well.
Okay. Commissioner Kennedy? I'm still on mute, sir.
Thought I had unmuted and was waiting on unmuted, but maybe somebody muted me. The issue with West Hollywood is that the LGBT community is not just West Hollywood and Hollywood. It goes beyond that to Silver Lake and other areas as well. So to me, it doesn't make sense to push Hollywood out of SD and SD in the LA. It makes more sense to bring West Hollywood in. So that's where I'm coming from on this.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
let's accept the Eagle Rock change, and then let's look at Commissioner Kennedy adding in West Hollywood, and want us to go from there?
Sure, thank you.
And
Adding West Hollywood into the
SD Nella?
Yep. That would make the percent deviation of the NELA district 4.66% and the larger coastal district negative 2.22%.
Okay, Commissioner Satwani?
Yeah, I completely agree with Commissioner Kennedy on that one. I mean, there's two options if we want to go here now. One, put the LGBTQ community in the SD NELA, which I could see, or moving them to that further West LA region. And I think the answer will come with, as Commissioner Fernandez began to point out, what we do with those lower portions of SD NELA. Jamie, could you please remind us where the VRA district was in this area? Or districts?
There are VRA considerations in these areas.
Those three are VRA?
Did you want it shaded in? Or?
If you could, yeah. That would be really helpful for me. I don't know about for others. And again, I don't have all the populations in front of me, but some of these VRA districts could potentially be reoriented so that they can work better. I mean, I think we're hearing from a lot of different communities that, like, the San Gabriel Valley one is some odd combinations, having Pico Rivera, Montebello with San Gabriel, Rosemead, Alhambra, Arcadia, et cetera. East LA Boyle Heights, as we've discussed in previous weeks, could be a part of a NELA district. It could also potentially be a part of a more southern district. Like, that could potentially be a boundary that pairs with Vernon Commerce and further down into the gateway city. So I think there's potentially different options that could be explored, and I'd be curious to hear what other commissioners think about any of that.
Okay, we do have one proposed change that we'll either accept or stand down from. Let's hear from Commissioner Vasquez and Toledo.
Yeah, I think I'd like to accept this change of moving West Hollywood in. It actually doesn't change the deviation. It doesn't push us wildly out of bounds, even with both of these changes. So that feels like a better landing place than I think I was afraid it would be. So at first, I'd like to accept this change as long as there are no objections.
Commissioner Toledo?
No, I'm fine with that as well. And then I had a question about Eagle Rock for Commissioner Vasquez, maybe Taylor as well.
Okay, so let's accept this change. And Commissioner Vasquez, you wanted to move a different area. Do you want to hear the question that Commissioner Toledo has?
I can do the question.
I'm just curious, in terms of the Eagle Rock area, is there a differential? Are there sections of Eagle Rock that are more working class? And because if I remember correctly, I think we talked about this earlier, and that there was some kind of a divide in that community. And I'm wondering if we, for deviation purposes, if we can, so just curious about that. Thank you.
Commissioner Vasquez, I can work on that answer to that too, if you don't want to. So I mean, Eagle Rock is a interesting community in that it's a gateway to Pasadena. It's a college community around Occidental, but it's the northern end of Glassell Park, and people also use it as a transportation route to Highland Park. So it has a lot of characteristics. It's an older historic neighborhood. So like a lot of communities in California, it bears a lot of attributes. So yes, you can see some of the culture, some of that Latino culture, while you still have some of the culture that comes along with Occidental being in the center of the city. And you have the outskirts of Pasadena that are on the northern, I guess the northern border. And there's a bridge that leads, and then there's a mountain range to the north. So it's kind of a bottleneck to Pasadena.
If I can add, thank you for that, Commissioner Taylor. If I can also add, I think at this point for deviation, I'm less worried about that. What is concerning me a little bit is this, again, this is not a VRA district, but we don't have an easily accessible proxy for Latino communities of interest. And again, we've talked about how much many of these communities are being impacted by gentrification and changing demographics. And so my concern is that we've added now two communities, West Hollywood and Eagle Rock, that have lowered the Hispanic CVAP, which again, even if it's not in play for a Voting Rights Act, tells me that that there may be more we can do to strengthen and keep together Latino communities of interest. And I think this really important but shifting district. I don't know what those are yet, but there's a lot of Latino communities as you head south, really across this whole district. So maybe the next step is to turn on the Latino CVAP in this area, and maybe we can make some adjustments around based on that heat map.
Okay. Commissioner Sinai?
So, can I just ask, the Hollywood United Neighborhood Council, is that not part of Hollywood as well? I mean, that's why I was looking at moving pieces up north, but into that district. There's Hollywood Hills, Hollywood United North Neighborhood Council. And so I'm just trying to figure out, we can make the move that we did, and then are we going to still hear that we've broken up the LGBT community, the heart of the LGBT community? And the reason I'm asking that is, I know, is there a division between the Hollywood United Neighborhood Council and Los Feliz Neighborhood Council, or are they all just kind of the same boundaries?
They are not the same boundaries, but they're very distinct communities, but they're similar-ish. But they very much take pride in their own individual communities, I would say.
Okay. So it's just, and does anybody know, is the Hollywood United Neighborhood Council different? I mean, should that also be part of the other Hollywoods? I mean, that's where I'm getting, there's 4 different Hollywoods on this map in this general area. And that's why my thought had been to move it all into the 210 because 2 were already there. And so I'm just trying to figure out exactly what,
Those are Commissioner Sinai, those are distinct communities. So there's not like pieces of like this block considers themselves part of this neighborhood council and also part of that neighborhood council. They are distinct unto themselves.
And I think this Hollywood United piece, I think that's the bowl. I think that's like Hills and the Hollywood Bowl. So we might not, I mean, I guess we could. I think probably the bigger question mark in terms of the LGBTQ community is maybe this Hollywood Hills section, because that's residential. But I don't have the Equality California maps in front of me, but that would be, again, potentially where we might still be breaking population.
Includes Universal City too.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Oh, I think Commissioner Kutagawa, you were before me. Did you want to go first? No?
She doesn't have her hand.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so I guess my question is, are we good like this, right? Because I think what I'm hearing is there's a desire to keep together the LGBTQ community, as well as a desire to keep together Latino communities of interest, not necessarily from a VRA perspective. And I think I agree with that. If we leave it as is, we're within our legal bounds here because we're at 4.66%. If we want to try bringing in these other parts of LA City, we're probably going to be going over. And so then I think we would have to make some decisions about, is this a district more centered around the LGBTQ community, or is this a district more centered around Latinos? I mean, we can see that East LA Boyle Heights, with the Latino CVAP on, is where the bigger concentrations are. I'd be curious to hear more from folks about what they want to try and achieve here as we try to make decisions, because that's going to ultimately have effects as we move further down and out on this map.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I apologize that I had to step away. I am curious if you've had a further conversation about the West San Gabriel Valley, because I think what happens in NELA also impacts the West San Gabriel Valley. And as I said last night, I mean, there is a significant COI in that San Gabriel Valley. And, at the same time, I think we need to figure out how do we honor the VRA districts. And one thought I'll just throw out there, and I don't know if you discussed this, but similar to, I think there was a conversation about, I believe maybe it was the San Fernando Valley earlier, about is it better to have 2 strong VRA districts versus 3 semi-strong VRA districts in this area. So I'll just stop here.
Thank you. Commissioner Toledo.
Given that, given the conversation earlier about potentially shifting our VRA districts a little bit later on during the next phase, it may be fun. I would recommend accepting West Hollywood in this district, keeping it as is for now, and waiting to hear from community input and as to help us guide any future changes that we might make. And it sounds like that's something that the commission is interested in exploring in the future.
So Jamie, are we still sitting with we did not approve that last West Hollywood?
We did. It's currently in the NELA district.
Okay, thank you. Okay, at this point, we're going to go to lunch. And we'll be gone to lunch for 45 minutes. And we'll pick this back up at the end of lunch. Thank you. Thank you so much, and welcome back from lunch. Would like to kind of set expectations for us for the balance of our time today. We are going to continue with our agenda item number 6, which is the live line drawing for the completion of our Senate maps. I do want to let you know at this time we are going to go ahead and post what we have for reaction. We are going to post our assembly maps and the congressional maps at this time. From there, we will continue working to complete our Senate maps, at which time we will require just a short break in between so that we can set up in preparation for the discussion for our Board of Equalization. We will complete those today and see if there are motions to accept, at which time we'll go to public comment. And at the conclusion of public comment, we will hopefully at that point be able to take a vote on our maps. So that is what we're going to try and work through, a very aggressive schedule, but it's what is before us and what we're going to make happen. All right, so at this time, we will go, Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, are we, that break just really did me in. So are we ready to go to this VRA district here?
Yes, we are in now the Los Angeles area on all of our Senate maps at this time.
Yeah, so, but the one that is next to it, I think we started this discussion around these VRA districts. Is that? No?
I apologize. I didn't know the direction was towards me, but we had sort of looked at all of the visualizations in Los Angeles County, and we're talking about the SD NELA visualization.
Yes, but I want to ask about the ones that are next to it because I did express concerns about the particularly just, I guess when we left off, I asked the question, is it better to have 2 strong VRA districts or 3 semi-strong VRA districts? Because I think we did leave off with that question. And I'm also asking because we have been receiving and we have received quite a bit of testimony from about an Asian koi in 2 of these VRA districts. And I know that the dilemma that we left off with yesterday was how do we honor the VRA district and also still, as we've tried to do with other kois, honor this koi too. So
the question, Commissioner Kutagawa, that you're asking about the preference, I see Mr. Becker has come on. Mr. Becker?
Yes, thanks. I'll just make a couple of quick points. We shouldn't be talking about strong and weak VRA districts. The point of a VRA district is to provide an opportunity for the minority communities that have met all of the preconditions and the totality of the circumstances to continue to have the opportunity to elect candidates of choice, first of all. Second of all, I just point out we're talking about the Senate maps right now. It is perfectly appropriate to consider a variety of different kois. However, the Asian communities nowhere in California were numerous and geographically compact enough to form a majority in the largest of the three maps, which is the Senate districts outside of the Board of Equalization, obviously. So VRA concerns did not protect Asian voters in Senate districts only, and in congressional maps as well because of the numbers, because the first jingles precondition was not met. It did not require a particular district to be drawn because they could not meet the first jingles precondition.
I understand that, but as a koi, is there a way to be able to, I'm just asking these questions because I just want to make sure I understand, but also those who are listening who are interested can understand and also give us testimony or inputs as to what they may see may be a better way forward given what we're presented with. And so we did see yesterday during the assembly maps that there's some pretty large CVAPs in certain areas. We've also talked about some communities being more affiliated with other communities. Do you believe, David, that there could be a different look to these maps?
That can protect us.
So I'm not a line drawer. What I can tell you is there is no one boundary that defines that is the only boundary that will work for VRA considerations. What I can tell you is, and perhaps the line drawers can put the CVAPs up on the 3 yellow districts right now. I'm sorry, not the block level. I just needed the percentages. Thank you.
So what's up on the map, the label right now is the name of the visualization, the percent deviation, percent Latino CVAP, percent Black CVAP, percent Asian CVAP, and percent white CVAP.
So Latino populations in this area satisfy all 3 jingles preconditions, and which means the Voting Rights Act requires that we attempt to draw districts that will enable them to have the ability to elect candidates of their choice. We have seen racially polarized voting here. These percentages are probably slightly on the lower end. The one where I think the percentages might be in the range that we should certainly solicit additional community testimony about and determine whether or not it's sufficient is probably SD10 WE, the northernmost district here, given the other percentages that we're seeing there. But we have seen adequate evidence and data to suggest that the Latino community is large enough and geographically compact enough, and given racially polarized voting, that there likely should be 3 Senate districts where they can continue to have the ability to elect candidates of their choice. The boundaries are entirely up to you as long as they afford Latinos that opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Becker.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Jamie, did you have were you complete with Los Angeles? Okay, we'll move to Southern California, please. So at this time, we're just waiting as the mappers make a shift and get set up.
All right, thank you so much for your patience, Chair, Commissioners. So I believe last night we left off covering the visualizations that potentially have VRA considerations. Is there a preference as to going back or just starting with the rest of the visualizations?
Take us through the rest of the visualizations,
Okay,
please.
perfect. One moment while I find the page number.
And this is the court reporter. Who is presenting, please?
This is Sivan Tratt. Is my camera on? One second. Okay, so the last visualization, let's see. So we will be on page 50, starting with visualization SESD-CEC. So this visualization we added Bonita to it following commissioner feedback. Captures much of the southern portion of the city of San Diego, including keeping intact many of the LGBTQ COI neighborhoods that we've identified in testimony. It goes up to include Santee, Eucalyptus Hills, and then cuts between Harbison Canyon and Crest. Goes around Rancho San Diego to Spring Valley and La Presa.
Ms. Tratt, this is the court reporter again. Can you activate your camera? Thank you.
One moment, please. Sorry about that. All right, and then let me just turn on the layer for tribal lands. The other change that was made. So the other change that was made is this is the Sequan, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, Indian Reservation. And again, this was from the feedback, the directions to consider the letter from the Paula Band of Mission Indians, but it was talking about considering associating tribal lands with the place where the people there are most likely to get their services. So considering we've had a lot of conversations about this, so obviously I haven't made changes to the Senate. I haven't gotten direction yet, but that's just the current standing of this visualization. Next would be on page 51, SDC. And this is the visualization that includes the rest of the city of San Diego. It goes as far as Coronado. It does not include Imperial Beach, National City, or Chula Vista, but it does connect Coronado to the downtown area of San Diego City. It goes as far north as Escondido, and it keeps the city of Escondido intact, as well as the entirety of the city of Poway. On page 52 is SOCN-SDC. And again, some slight changes were to incorporate Paula and the Paula Indian Reservation. It also removed the Pechanga Reservation and paired it with Temecula, just kind of making an educated guess as to what the closest urban center would be for those folks living there. And then it goes far north as the southern cities in Orange County. It includes the coastal cities of Dana Point and San Clemente, and it goes as far north as Rancho Santa Margarita and includes Rancho Mission Viejo as well. Should I continue, or are there comments so far?
No comments. Yep, one comment. Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. Thanks for all your hard thinking on this and where things can go. This map is eliciting a lot of attention. I think the main concern that the community has is going from the coast all the way up and around, from Orange County coast, San Diego coast, and then up and around Camp Pendleton. Is there a way, instead of going up and around, just to go down the coast, keep all the coasts together, the San Diego coast and the Orange County, just keep traveling south and then take the inside part? I guess you need my direction.
Yeah, so you would be talking about potentially removing these more inland cities from this visualization?
Yeah, I think exactly. So Valley Center, Pala, Rainbow, Fallbrook, kind of everything east of Vista, and putting it in the group with Escondido.
Yeah, Commissioner, if you'd like to give me direction, I would be happy to try that change.
So is it better to take things out first or add things in?
It's the same either way, whichever way you want to.
Okay, so can we go from Del Mar, go ahead and add the Torrey Pines and La Jolla?
Sorry, Commissioner, if you could refer to the name of the district you're wanting me to add and take from, that would be helpful. Thank you.
We are, so SOCNSDC. It just happened to be the longest one. I guess they're all long, sorry. So go to the south part of that district, southwest, and just continue to go down the coast.
Okay, so this would be adding to this.
Adding to that,
Adding
yes.
the coastal areas of the city of San Diego into this South Orange County, North San Diego County.
And
okay.
making sure, around a lot of the beaches, there's waterways, there's lagoons. So we need to make sure the lagoons are staying with the cities that they are part of. And I'm only bringing that up because I've gotten several letters saying that we've cut a lagoon that I don't think we did, but.
Commissioner, sorry, I know I said that it would be the same either way, but it might actually, now that I'm thinking about this, make more sense to start by removing the cities so that we can judge how much population to add from San Diego.
That makes absolute sense. From the east boundary, Valley Center, the tribal lands, Pala, Rainbow, Fallbrook, and Bonsall.
Would you like me to add Hidden Meadows and San Marcos as well? And let me bring over the pending
No, you
change.
can keep San Marcos there. That'll be fine.
Okay.
But Hidden Meadows, yes.
Okay.
And obviously the unincorporated areas.
Yes.
And then if you can put them into, SEC is the VRA district, right?
Yes, that's correct. So I was going to put these cities temporarily in
At
the
SDC.
SDC, as that's
Yes.
where we'll be bringing population in from.
Yes.
One moment while I clean this up a little bit.
Of course. Remind me that.
I think you should also look at those unincorporated areas as well around Vista.
Actually, those are really connected. Well, we'll see, yeah.
Okay, so acknowledging that this could potentially use some further refining, is this generally what you were thinking of adding?
Yes.
Or rather taking out of this coastal visualization?
Yes.
Okay, so in that case, that would turn the deviation of this South Orange County, North San Diego County visualization to a negative 10.48 deviation. and the SDC would be overpopulated by 8.52%. Would you like me to commit this change?
Yes, please.
All right. So next we can go down. Let me just clean this one straggler up. One moment. Did it get it? Okay. All right, so at your direction, I'll start grabbing from this coastal areas. I'm assuming these water areas are the lagoons that you're talking about?
I'm so sorry about that. So yeah, if you can just go kind of follow the 5, but so Del Mar, there's a lagoon right outside of Del Mar where it says Del Mar to the right. And yes, so all those waterways should be also with the coast. Okay, and is it possible not to go into the 805 triangle? Okay. If it's not possible. Can we zoom in a little bit? Is it possible? Just to be able to see. Let's see.
Which part would you like to zoom in on, Commissioner?
I'm just, I was just trying to figure out where, so you just grabbed La Jolla, right? Do you know?
Yeah, so again, we don't have the official neighborhoods, but I believe La Jolla is generally here. So I've not grabbed the entirety of La Jolla, no. Would you like me to continue adding population?
I think you have grabbed, well, could you go up at where we started, and can you fill in kind of from, you see where Fairbanks Ranch kind of goes? I'm just trying to figure out exactly where we are. Can you put the Google?
Yes, one moment.
Sorry.
No, no worries.
Thank you. Yeah, so if you can kind of maybe follow.
Would you like me to fill in from this like 56
up to the 56
triangle? Yeah. Okay, 1 minute.
now. Oh. Wow, I fixed it. You can keep the Carmel Valley going west.
Okay, sorry. So Maptitude is not cooperating, so I'm going to just commit this change and then remove this area. Sorry about that. One moment.
I don't think you need to remove that.
Just going to clean up the line a little bit. There are a couple non-contiguous blocks. Thanks for your patience.
Commissioner, how does this look?
It's looking good, and I would say to accept that, but I'm going to turn to the chair because that's her job.
Before we accept, Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, we did receive a community of interest testimony about keeping El Cajon separate from Santee, and it's a little bit lower down, so I'm not.
Can we wait? We're not done with this one yet.
But just in terms of population, and as we're shifting population, it might make sense to
And
consider.
we've also received significant.
Commissioner Sinai, let me let Commissioner Toledo finish.
Yeah, so we did receive community of interest from the African American community, the Black Hub, and specifically to keep El Cajon with La Mesa and Spring Valley and not with Santee. Santee is such a large population center that it would have ripple effects on these areas too. So just something to consider. But there was strong concern about keeping Santee with El Cajon. Thank you.
Yours was to separate them, but we've also received a lot of requests from the East County, the rural communities to keep them together. So that's why we've been doing the half and half. But I can go either way, wherever it's needed. So if we can, with the going up to, I just wanted to capture Carmel Valley because they're in the same school district as Del Mar. So I didn't know if we had gone. Oh, so wait. Now I'm confused. We accepted the first change or did we not where we took it out?
Yes, so both changes have been accepted. So now the deviation of this SOC and SDC district is negative 0.59 and the SDC is negative 1.36.
Gotcha. Okay, so it doesn't make sense to add any more to this right now because it would just make it go
Unless you
negative.
have another area that you wanted to remove. But now the districts are balanced, so everything will have to have an equal on the other side.
Right. So I would take what Commissioner Akutagawa recommended and take the unincorporated area outside of Vista and add it to the SDC.
All right, one moment while I do that.
We're getting there.
All right, so with those proposed changes, the SDC visualization would be 0.59 over deviation, and the SOC and SDC would be negative 2.54% under deviation. Would you like me to commit this change?
Yes, commit the change. And while we're there, can you let me see the communities that we have? Go ahead and accept it first.
Yes, so that change is now accepted, Chair.
Thank you. And can you review the cities that's in the areas that's there?
Yes, so now the SDC visualization goes south from Coronado up through the city of San Diego, still includes all of Poway, still includes all of Escondido, Valley Center up to Paula, Rainbow, Fallbrook, Bonsall. And now the SOC NSDC visualization includes the northernmost coastal area of the city of San Diego, and it goes as far inland as San Marcos and Vista.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai?
Thank you. Can we go down towards downtown? I guess before we do that, let's look at what Commissioner Toledo had brought up with the El Cajon and Santee, and make sure, I think with the Senate district, it makes sense to keep El Cajon whole, and we can.
Would you like me to move Santee out of the SESD CEC visualization?
If we did that, it would be going into
SDC, since SEC is a has a
right. Okay, I just want to make sure it wasn't going into the VRA district. Yeah, so I would say Santee, Eucalyptus Hill, Winter Gardens, and Lakeside.
One moment, please. Nope, that's the VRA one. All right, so moving Santee, Eucalyptus Hills, Winter Garden, and Lakeside into the SDC visualization would make that 11.87% over deviation, and SESD CEC would become negative 13.1 under deviation. Would you like me to commit this change?
Yes, if the chair says so.
So now looking at areas that you would like to move into this visualization from SDC, where should I begin?
Sorry about that. My thought would be to move in the, okay, I'm trying to, so going, let's see, it's going up there. I would move in probably, if you take the Pacific Beach, Ocean Beach, Point Loma, where's Coronado now? Is it in this one too? Would it be all by itself?
Yes, Coronado
okay,
would
sorry.
be, yeah.
I was like, I don't want
to have to take Coronado for it to not
that's what I was thinking. So if we take all of that and put it in with SESD SDCEC.
One moment while I try that.
Commissioner Sinai, we're still working on your vision, but Commissioner Toledo and Commissioner Sadwani, are you in the same area?
Yes. Now that we're back in the downtown area, about Equality California did send us shapefiles. I just want to make sure that, because I do think it's an opportunity to unify the LGBT community. I'm not sure if we captured it correctly yesterday because we were working off of the information they had sent us via PDF, but I believe we have shapefiles now. Just want to make sure that we are able to, especially since we need population, keep that community unified. Thank you.
Commissioner Sadwani?
Yep, mine was going to be along similar lines. If my notes are correct, I think those LGBT COIs ran between the 5 freeway running north-south and the 8 freeway running east-west, that area below them. I think we should continue this exploration. I do remember receiving COI testimony about keeping Coronado out of some districts. So I think it might be valuable just double checking that as we explore the opportunities here. It could also be reasonable to potentially cut along the 5 freeway. And again, I would defer to Commissioner Sinai on this because, I'm just looking at physical barriers here, but potentially along the 5 all the way up to the 52, that would keep Kearney Mesa, where we've also had COI testimony, along with those LGBT COIs together, and possibly also keep out Coronado if SOC and SDC linked all the way down. But I'd need to see the full picture of that. I'm not sure where exactly that goes all the way up to.
Thank you.
Do we have staff that could check the Coronado?
Coronado, they don't, the barrios don't want to be with Coronado. And my vision is here is if we can put the barrios in with SEC, in the VRA community, and pull out some of the other groups, the other cities that are more East County, and put them in with the East County groups. That would allow national, because right now they're not, that would allow Bonita and the Barrio, because the Barrio's not in, Barrio Logan Heights, Sherman Heights, are they in with the VRA? Okay, they're already in there. And so we are keeping Coronado away from the Barrios.
Okay, great, thank you. I just want to check on that.
So in adding this area to the SESD-CEC visualization, that visualization's deviation will become 2.95%, and SDC will be negative 4.19%. Would you like me to commit this change?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What I am.
All right, so now just zooming out to give a picture of the greater county area. I will await your next direction.
I would like to see the, I can't tell here if, I feel like we're missing a piece right now of the Asian COI, the Asian business COI, and I think that was Kearney Mesa, Mira Mesa, and I don't know if we can add everything in, so I completely understand that. Kearney Mesa, Mira Mesa, and Linda Vista. There we go.
So it looks like Kearney Mesa might currently be split. Would you mind naming those neighborhoods one more time?
Sure. Kearney Mesa, Mira Mesa would be up above it on the 15 right there. And then Linda Vista, which would be by the 8 and the 163.
This was what I was talking about earlier, Commissioner Sinai. I'm sorry, I'm jumping in here if that's okay. Was, bringing that further out to hit the Kearney Mesa and Linda Vista. I believe we had testimony that about a business district in that area.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at that. Yeah. So moving that, I would say to the 15.
Right.
Yes, so that.
Or to the 5? Where's the 15?
Oh, wait, which one? I'm looking at, which one are you looking at?
I don't know if we're going to get Mira Mesa in this. That's why I thought perhaps we could start by keeping Kearney Mesa whole and trying to include Linda Vista, maybe starting there. If we go all the way up to Mira Mesa, it might blow our deviations off.
Oh, so you're pulling that, going that, okay, that sounds good. Sorry, I was looking at it, the difference.
At least as a starting point.
So could I recommend keeping them whole within the SDC visualization rather than the SESD-CEC, since this already needs population?
Yeah,
so we could bring this down to capture the rest of Kearney Mesa. Linda Vista is mostly in it, as is Mira Mesa. And we could maybe bring it down to the 8 and to the 805. Does that sound like a direction that you would like to give?
That makes sense to me. Does that meet what you were looking at, Commissioner Sidwani?
I think so, but let me double check my notes. Let's move forward and try it. And I'll go back to some of my notes.
Because then it hits all of them except for Linda Vista.
I think actually this would keep Linda Vista, right? If it's in SDC.
Oh, yeah, it does. Sorry.
Yeah.
All the freeways confuse me sometimes.
While she's clicking there, Commissioner Ahmad?
Yeah, thank you. I do see COI testimony asking to keep Sarah Mesa together with Linda Vista, Kearney Mesa, Claremont, and separated from Escondido, Poway, Santee, and Lakeside. So I wonder what the population would look like if we, push the border all the way to 15, and then, what is that, 8? Highway 8?
That's 8, 15
Dot
and 8.
Sorry, SoCal.
Right.
So bringing that all the way down to the 8 would make the deviation of SDC 0.59% and SESD-CEC negative 1.83%. And that would put them in the same visualization district as Linda Vista. It would reunite Kearney Mesa, Sarah Mesa, Mission Valley, and it would also maintain Mira Mesa in a single district. Would you like me to commit this change?
Yes. Commissioner Sinai?
Okay, so I just thought
While she's checking that out, Commissioner Fornashari?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we wanted to check that border where that little red dot is, to make sure that border is in a place that makes sense. And then I was also wondering about UC San Diego. Did we split it in half or did we catch it all?
Yes, one moment, Commissioner Fornashari. Let me just zoom up. So the University of the University of California, San Diego campus is right here. Would you like me to move the line to go around the rest of the campus?
That would
I
be,
wouldn't presume. I don't know anything about it. I just saw it sticking out and asked the question.
yes.
Okay, one moment, please. All right, so I grabbed the rest of the campus blocks, and this is now an overview of what the changes look like.
Thank you, Sivan. Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, I just want to verify that we didn't split the LGBT community. Were we able to get the shape files? I know they were sent to Voters First email, but I don't know if they made it to the line drawers.
I do not have them up, but if someone would email them to me, I could potentially pull them up right now, if you're willing to wait a few moments.
We are willing to wait for this.
Marcy, do you have those?
Let me look where there's the shape files. I know we sent the PDF files to her yesterday, so I'll connect with Tony on the shape files because those should be in their table.
While we're,
Yes, Andrew?
Yes, just based on the PDFs that we were looking at yesterday, it looks like we do have the LGBTQ community together in the city of San Diego.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai?
is it possible to swap Hamul for Bonita in the VRA district?
Yes, one moment. I believe we're trying to get the
other
LGBTQ
piece, sorry.
scores up first, and then I will take a look at that. Sorry, I have to two-step verification my email to get it. So thank you for your patience, everyone. Okay, so while we look for that, we will return to the LGBTQ COIs, and first we can look at swapping Hamul and Bonita. One moment. Okay, so adding Hamul to SESD CEC would make the deviation negative 1.2%. And for SEC, which is our VRA consideration district, it would be negative 2.62%, and it would change the Latino CVAP to 57.12%. Would you like me to commit this change?
What was the CVAP before?
One moment. It was at 56.8%.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez?
I'm sorry, I probably missed it. Commissioner Sinai, that was the swap was for community of interest?
Yes, Bonita has asked to be part of South Bay, and Hummel has written asking to be part of El Cajon and Spring Valley, I believe.
Commissioner Ahmed?
Thank you, Chair. I do see the COI testimony, Commissioner Sinai, that you're referring to, but I also see COI testimony asking to keep Hummel, Ramona, El Cajon, Santee, Poway together. So I think it's fine for now. However, this is an area I definitely need to study further to see what we can do to try to accommodate as many COIs as possible.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. I was just, I think I was more concerned about Bonita because it's one of the few South Bay communities that's not in with South Bay.
Would you like me to commit this change and continue removing Bonita from this visualization?
Let me ask my commissioners, my colleagues.
Okay, we'll commit the change. Sure. And can you zoom in so that some can see beneath?
Yes, absolutely. So Bonita is this area in pink right here, and I'm going to add it to the SEC visualization. One moment, please. So it looks like that would put the Latino CVAP back where it was initially at 56.87, so just slightly higher than it was. Would you like me to commit this change?
Yes, please.
Chair, where would you like me to move next?
Commissioners, are we finished with this area? Commissioner Toledo?
I think we're just waiting for the shape files, but I'm not sure if we were able to locate them. Oh, we did. We located them.
We can come back once we get those, but it might make sense to move on to Orange County if that's all right with you, Chair.
It does make sense.
Okay.
Because I was going to say we're done. So yes, we need Orange County.
We reviewed a number of those visualizations yesterday.
So the next visualization you can reference in your PDF is INC, and that's on page 53. This encompasses most of the coastal areas of Orange County, going as far north as Seal Beach in the Orange County, LA County line. Also includes both Los Alamitos and Rossmore, all of Huntington Beach, all of Costa Mesa, all of Tustin and North Tustin, and all of the city of Irvine. So lots of COIs being kept intact there. It includes Aliso Viejo and as far south as Laguna Niguel and Laguna Beach. And this is currently at a 1.39% deviation. The next one would be SAA on page 54.
1 minute, please. Thank you so much. Just real quick, I just want to say for those that's following the process with us that the proposed draft maps are up, dated for congressional district draft maps and assembly draft maps. They're under the November 7th through the 9th, 2021 and it's under 111021 proposed draft maps.
Chair
Thank you.
Turner?
Yes,
Can I ask if the shapefiles are also up or just the PDF?
just the PDF.
And I'm guessing we do plan to eventually upload the shapefiles as well.
When they're, yes, as soon as
Yeah.
they're ready.
Okay,
Yes.
awesome. Awesome sauce. Thanks.
Sivan, thank you. Excuse me.
Yes, thank you so much. The next visualization is SAA on page 54. This keeps intact the city of Santa Ana. It does cut into the this kind of westernmost part of Anaheim, includes Buena Park, as well as La Palma and Cypress, Garden Grove, Westminster, Midway City, and that little Saigon Koi in those cities right here. And it also picks up Fountain Valley as well. This is at a negative 0.53% deviation currently. Following that would be visualization IOC, and you can find this on page 55. The changes from last time were that it follows commissioner direction to move Roland Heights, Walnut, Diamond Bar, La Habra Heights, and Hacienda Heights into this LA County district right here. And it also removed some of the these southern OC cities right here, and that was to accommodate swapping around the little Saigon cities in the SAA visualization, as that's a change that was made from last time as well, to reunite those cities in a single visualization. So IOC is at a deviation of negative 0.26. It includes all of the city of Orange, the majority of Anaheim, including Anaheim Hills, Fullerton, Brea, all of Chino Hills, and it goes south to capture the mountainous area in the inland Orange County, and also picks up Lake Forest, Mission Viejo, Laguna Hills, and Mission Viejo as well. Should I continue or pause here, Chair?
One moment, please. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering, I mean, that looks like a fairly random diagonal through Anaheim, and I'm just wondering what the basis of that was. Thank you.
Let me turn on the streets layer. I believe it actually follows the 5 freeway.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, I'm also concerned about the way we're cutting through Anaheim. Certainly, I think this isn't the best way to do this. Based on COI testimony, I'd actually like us to rethink our approach in the middle of Orange County there, keeping together some of those key communities of interest. We had a lot of testimony from the Santa Ana area about multiple different communities that exist in that region, many of whom are essential workers, some tied to the entertainment industries as workers, working class folks. So I want us to be a little bit more cautious in the approach here, and would like to see a reorientation of these Senate districts. I don't know if if we want to dive in, are we diving in?
Yes.
All right. Then I would need to go back and look at some of the COI testimony. Do we still have the assembly maps up in this area?
Yes, one moment while I pull up those boundaries.
Thanks. Maybe if Mr. Becker could also remind us about whether or not we have VRA considerations in this area as well.
One moment, I'm just going to be looking, reminding myself of some of the data. And can we get the Latino CVAP up for SAA, please?
Yes, one moment, please. The Latino CVAP for SAA is 36.4%.
Can you scroll down so I can see? Okay.
The blue lines that are filled in are the assembly visualizations.
Okay. So there were, I'm still calling up some of the data. There were Voting Rights Act concerns here, and some racially polarized voting. I'm just trying to get the most recent data up for myself. Why don't you guys continue? Why don't everyone continue to discuss it? I've got to find a file.
Yeah. No problem. So if I may, just to kind of conclude my thoughts before we move into making any changes, I think what these districts look like is we're kind of plowing into some key community of interest testimony through this region, and I definitely want us to take a more precise approach as so that we're in a better shape to make those further adjustments come December. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. I'm wanting to just say for Commissioner Toledo, I'm understanding that we have not received, we did not receive shape files from Equality California, just the PDF files is what I'm being told.
So, Chair, if I may, we did reference the PDF images of where those areas of interest were, and to the best of my knowledge, obviously having the shapefile on top would be the most exact way, but from my knowledge and my observation, it does appear that we keep the majority intact.
Thank you. Just wanting to close the loop on that. I appreciate that, Siobhan. Thank you so much. Mr. Becker, you ready?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair. So in reviewing the data that we have, there were some assembly racially polarized voting issues here, but for the Senate district, it appears that we did not see consistently a third jingles precondition here, meaning that non-Latino communities were voting cohesively against Latino candidates of choice. So for Senate, this is probably a lower priority for Voting Rights Act concerns.
If I can just respond to that, I think that's really helpful. So thank you for that, Mr. Becker. I think regardless of that, we have received a lot of testimony, or in addition to that, we have received a lot of testimony from that region, as well as from community groups throughout that area. And I'd really like us to see us move closer in that direction. What I'm seeing here is keeping not all of Anaheim, but much of Anaheim in a greater compact region. Possibly even going up towards La Habra and East Whittier, as well as keeping much of Santa Ana and Orange, possibly even including Stanton. So I think we've received a whole bunch of testimony throughout the summer from those regions, and really like to see us attempt to move towards keeping them together.
I'm ready to take your direction, whichever way you would like to start trying to do that first.
Sure. Do you want me to go ahead, or you want to get, I see other hands also. Or?
You probably can go ahead, but before you do, I want to hear from Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I do want to say, I think there is testimony, COI testimony we received from community groups that takes a more, that takes one perspective of certain communities. And then there's other communities' testimony that speaks to similarities in terms of essential workers, but also other communities that tend to be a little bit more working class and low income, particularly in areas like that South Fullerton area. So I just want to lift that up. There was also, I've seen some testimony about Placentia and parts of Placentia also having some of those same working class, lower income immigrant, also communities in those areas. The 57 freeway being the dividing line for Anaheim, I guess I've seen some say the flatland versus the valley area. And then same with Orange, although for Orange, the 55 freeway seems to be the dividing line. And so I wanted to just lift those up as maybe considerations to look at for what Mr. Becker was talking about, that, similarities in profiles of communities that may share similar interests that may benefit from, having a more cohesive voice in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. Looking at SAA and INC, I'm understanding INC as an effort to have a coastal district, and I'm thinking that given the current variances, it might make sense to move Los Alamitos and Rossmore into SAA. It wouldn't necessarily satisfy all of the community of interest testimony, but it seems like it would be headed in that direction, and they're not coastal communities in and of themselves. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, I just want to say, sorry about that. I agreed with everything Commissioner Kutagawa had suggested. So, can we start by I don't know how, from a practical perspective, you want to start doing this, but I think the SAA district right now is kind of focused on the Little Saigon area, which we've also heard a lot of testimony. I think my sense is if we start reorienting the SAA further east, we can preserve Little Saigon to the west and kind of come up through Buena Park. Alternatively, potentially we could, the IOC, I feel like, is of course going to need to be revisited as we make these changes. So I guess I'm looking to the mappers on how to best start achieving this. I think you've heard we want to focus Anaheim, Santa Ana, Orange, parts of Stanton, La Habra, parts of South Fullerton, parts of Placentia potentially. That's where all of that COI testimony had kind of come from. You all can tell us also what's the easiest way to start moving things around, because I think this is a fairly larger reconstruction.
So if I'm understanding some of these larger goals correctly, it would be moving Anaheim Valley into SAA as well as a portion of the city of Orange, correct? So I would probably, I think if I'm remembering correctly from COI testimony, as well as where we've split in other visualizations, using the 56 as the dividing line, or sorry, pardon me, the 57, we could also take the 91 and then go down using the 55 to capture the western portion of the city of Orange. Or if you wanted to just start with Anaheim and see where that would put us, we could start with that.
I'm definitely thinking the 91 and to the potentially the 55. Commissioner Kutagawa, would you be okay with that as a starting point?
Yeah, I would agree.
Thanks.
So adding that portion of Anaheim and the city of Orange would turn SAA to 37.91% over deviation, and IOC would be at 21. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's the Latino CVAP. Would be at 22.81% deviation, and IOC would be underpopulated by almost the equal amount of 23.61%. Would you like me to start by making this change and then look at areas to remove?
I would feel comfortable with this change, yes.
All right, one moment while that processes. Where would you like to start looking at removing population from SAA, or would you like to continue adding population first?
I would be open to continuing to add. I know Commissioner Kutagawa had mentioned South Fullerton and potentially components of Placentia. That would make sense to me too, if she's in agreement, or if everyone's in agreement.
So do you have an idea of where you would like to draw that line in South Fullerton?
Commissioner Kutagawa?
I'm sorry. Sorry, are you asking me a question, or I was just going to make a comment too?
Nope, just your hand.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize still had a. I was just going to mention on one of the COI testimonies that I saw for South Fullerton, I saw what looked like to be Malvern, which turns into Orangethorpe, as the dividing line for that South Fullerton section that we were asked to keep in mind as a specific COI that separates the more affluent parts of Fullerton from the more, like the apartments, the working class folks and others. Yes, thank you.
Should I begin by adding census blocks up to this Chapman Ave, Malvern Ave? All right, one moment, please. Commissioner Sadwani, how is this looking to you?
It's looking good to me. Commissioner Kutagawa, did you have a sense of the components of Placentia that you would want to add in here from the testimony?
I was trying to check on that right now. I'm still looking for it. I saw it.
It almost seems like I don't know if that street continues all the way over into Placentia and just taking that small piece that's centered around the 57 freeway there, just kind of extending this line outward.
So it does look like Chapman Ave continues into Placentia. Would you like me to continue grabbing blocks from here?
I think so. I think that would seem to be a reasonable cutoff point, and including that component of Placentia.
Yeah,
Perfect.
it's a good starting place.
Mm-hmm.
One moment, please. All right, that portion of Southern Placentia is now added to the selection. Would you like me to commit this change?
I would, this looks beautiful to me.
Yes, thank you.
All right, one moment. Oops. One moment while I just clean up a few straggler blocks. All right, so now SAA is overpopulated by 30.29%, and IOC is underpopulated by 31.09%.
Commissioner Kudogawa, I'm curious your thoughts. I mean, it looks like as we're panned out here that right now we have the borders of the districts from up above ending at La Habra. I think in the future, it might make sense to rethink those areas. But as we're already done with Los Angeles, I'm cautious not to go breaking into them at this point in time, though perhaps as we come back to this and as we continue to collect additional testimony. So I would love to get your thoughts, and I think keeping this and now trying to balance out within Orange County.
Yeah, I would agree with you. Do you want to keep, now we need to remove, right?
Correct. And my thought on this is we can bring this, the Little Saigon areas out of this district and potentially, help keep them whole. I know we've had a whole lot of testimony from that area as well.
Yeah, and bring them into the INC?
Yes, exactly, which is already overpopulated, so we're going to have to do some additional tinkering here, and I'm open to...
I have some ideas on that tinkering too. Then could we bring in then Westminster, Midway City, and Fountain Valley? And I think that would keep Little Saigon, the core of and Garden Grove, sorry, I forgot about them. Keep the core of Little Saigon together if we move those out.
All right, so that would put SAA's deviation back in the range of legal at negative 3.04, and INC would be overpopulated by 34.73%. Would you like me to commit this change?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, Commissioner, I'm ready for your next direction.
I think from here out, we would need to balance between INC and IOC.
That's correct.
Yeah.
One thought I have is to move, perhaps we can start with North Tustin and Tustin. I am reluctant and concerned about removing Irvine, or maybe let me take this back. I am concerned about splitting Irvine. I know that there's several COIs there. We've gotten several testimonies to keep it whole. We've also received testimony that they should be split at the 5 or the 405 too. So I do want to acknowledge that too, and it is mixed. But if we could keep them whole, I think that'd be nice.
And I'll just note, I think this is major reconstruction that we're doing at this point, but I think when we come back to this in the future, when we receive additional testimony on our drafts, the LAOC border is not sacred to me. We're keeping it whole at this point, I think for time's sake. But I think that crossing that border would make sense in many of these areas.
I would just, Commissioner, I would just point out that these are VRA consideration districts that kind of box in all of these Orange County visualizations. So that'll just be something to consider as you give those directions in the future.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Yes. So would you like to have me start by moving out North Tustin and Tustin into IOC?
Yes.
All right, one moment, please. All right, so it looks like that is not enough population yet, still at negative 20.31% and 23.95% deviation. Would you like me to start pulling in blocks north of the 5 in Irvine or look somewhere else?
Yes, I think that's right.
All right, I will start doing that now.
Commissioner Ahmad.
Yeah, thank you. And while they're working on this, I just wanted to reiterate what Commissioner Kutagawa said about Irvine. We do have conflicting testimony.
Yeah.
There's pieces that say keep it together, other pieces that say separate. So that's definitely a discussion we'll have to have in the future.
So I've now added all of Irvine north of the 5, and that is still not quite enough population. Would you like me to continue adding in census tracts?
I think for today we will have to, yeah. And definitely this should be an area that we will need to revisit. And I have a feeling we're probably going to get some testimony in the coming weeks.
Commissioner Sidwani, I'm looking at a lot of Khoi testimony as well that wants Costa Mesa with Irvine and Tustin.
I think that's definitely right. I believe as we constructed the assembly maps that we did keep Costa Mesa whole with Irvine and Tustin. Yeah. We're not doing that here today, but I think in the future it's certainly something we can come back and revisit as we continue to work.
So this splits Irvine at the 405 and includes everything in the city north of the 405, and that would be added to the IOC. If this selected area in red is added from INC to IOC, the deviation of IOC would be 2.36, and of INC, 1.27%. Would you like me to commit this change?
How are folks feeling about this?
Either way, we'll get comments. But if you feel better about it.
I think this is good because I think North Tustin and Irvine, I've seen some comments also saying that they have a lot in common with like the Yorba Linda, Anaheim Hills, that Villa Park area in Orange.
I agree. I see enough Khoi testimony that supports the 405 as the dividing factor. So why don't we accept it for now?
Very good.
And we have coming up on a break in 3 minutes.
Are there further comments on visualizations in Orange County?
What were the deviations again? Sorry, I didn't look at it fast enough.
Yes, so INC is at a 1.27% deviation and IOC is at a 2.36% deviation.
Zoom in one more time on that South Orange County. There's that weird like hand that sticks up there. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Oh, sorry about that. No, I was going to ask the same thing as Commissioner Kutagawa. I wanted to look at that other district. So thank you.
Okay, and all hands are down. Sivan, Was that all of
Yes.
your area?
So no, there are two more visualizations that we should take a look at. That is the SWRC and MCV. Would you like me to start, or do you want to go to break?
We have 2 minutes. Let's
Okay,
start.
so I'll give a very speedy overview. SWRC is on page 56 of your PDF. It goes south to the San Diego County border with Riverside, including Temecula, French Valley, Menifee. It also includes the city of Riverside, the southern part of the city of Riverside. It does split Riverside, including Eastvale and Corona, as well as Temescal Valley. And this is at a negative 0.91% deviation. And then the last visualization would be on page 57, and that is MCV, which is currently at a negative 1.25% deviation. This goes south to the San Diego border again here to pick up the cities of Anza and Sage. It goes north to Redlands and Highland and wraps around Lake Arrowhead and Running Springs, Lucerne Valley, includes the Morongo Basin, Morongo Valley cities right here, and goes out to that border that we have with the SEC visualization near Needles, as well as the northern part of Coachella Valley.
Outstanding. Desert Springs, Hot Springs. Okay, thank you so much for that. We will go to break, and we'll be back at 3:25. Thank you. Thank you and welcome back. We are in the process of going through our Senate maps, completing our Southern California area. Thank you, Sivan, for just taking us through those maps for the Senate. Commissioners, if there are no comments or questions in regards to this area, I think this will complete our Senate maps. Pause for a moment. Okay, and we're done. All right, so process from here. Wonderful. Okay, thank you so much. So next on our list today is to go through our Board of Equalization maps, and it will require a pause, a time to be able to set up for those. So it is currently 3:30. I know we just got back from break, but it is required that we have time to set up the maps to be able to move into Board of Equalization. So we will be back. We're going to go into another pause or break. We will be back at 4:15. Thank you. Thank you, Christian, and welcome back, everyone. Thank you to our line drawers that has been working furiously for this particular point of our agenda. I would love to be able to just kind of set expectation as far as what's going to happen at this point. Right now, we're going to move into our Board of Equalization maps in hopes of a combined motion on all four drafts, after which time we will take public comment. The queue is open now for public comment for those wishing to get into the queue. We are anticipating a high call volume this evening, and to ensure that we get to hear from every one of you, as many as possible, we are going to limit public comment to 1 minute and 30 seconds, and wanting to assure you that the line will remain open until we complete our discussion on the Board of Equalization. So Board of Equalization discussion now. We're hoping for a combined motion on all four of our draft maps. The queue is open right now for public comment. We invite you to get in to the queue if you so desire to comment. Please note, so that we will ensure to hear, or we are sure of hearing most of you, or as many as we can. The public comment time is being limited today to 1 minute and 30 seconds, and we will keep that line open. That'll give you an opportunity to comment throughout our discussion on the Board of Equalization. So with that, commissioners, I think we're at a point now where we're ready to move into our Board of Equalization.
Chair, before we go to that conversation, would you like our comment moderator to read the instructions for public comment?
We're just letting them get in the queue for right now, so we can read it a little bit later. Thank you, Christian.
Sounds good.
You know, you can go ahead and read the instructions so they'll know how. I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm following you now.
Very good. Go ahead, Katie.
Thank you, Chair. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, commissioners will be taking general public comment and public comment on the vote for the upcoming maps, draft maps. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 875-2728-4951 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press *9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk and to press *6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you're in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume for our future public comment. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Katie. Okay, at this point, we're going to start our discussions on the Board of Equalization, and so we are in the hands of our line drawers. Is that Jamie? Yes.
Thank you so much, Chair Turner. Jamie is going to share the map in 1 second. And as you know, of course, there's four districts that need to be drawn, and what we will have on the map and what's ready to go is the Senate districts that you just completed. And then you can move from them if you wish to, for example, nest, that could be done. So just 1 moment, please, and your map should be coming your way in 1 second. Thank you.
So, commissioners, what is on the screen now is, of course, state of California, and as Karin noted, the Senate districts that you just were working on. And they're each filled in a different color. We also have the current Board of Equalization boundaries, if you wish to reference those throughout this process, and whatever you would like to do, please just let us know, and we can go from there.
Thank you, Jamie. At this point, we will entertain comments from commissioners if there is a desire of where we'd like to start. I see hands. Commissioner Sinai.
Before we start, I was hoping we could take a step back and really think about the Board of Equalization, its role, and with that, what makes sense for what the work that they're doing. And I know it sounds kind of funny because we've been thinking about this for so long, but I just think it's a good place to shift from the political stuff we were talking about to taxes. And someone had said to me that a good person, maybe our director, our executive director, Alvaro, might be able to explain to us the Board of Equalization's roles and some of the things we should be thinking about as we are creating these districts.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Director Alvaro, I'll punt over to you.
Wonderful. Let me see if I can. I've never worked for Board of Equalization, but I did interact with them on a regular basis with a lot of the outreach that I did. As it stands, my understanding is that the Board of Equalization is responsible for property taxes. They administer that part of the tax law. And so essentially, you have the different districts, you have the different representatives. that-
Director Alvaro, can I have you turn your camera on?
Oh, forgive me. There we go. Okay. Again, I'm not as familiar with the actual roles of the board members, what they do on a regular basis other than administer the property taxes. So I apologize. I wish I had more information for you, but I do not at this point.
I didn't mean to set you up to fail. I think you were helpful. No, someone else had said we should ask Alvaro, so I apologize. I think what you gave us is really critical.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez and then Commissioner Anderson.
Wow, okay. I actually just pulled up their, real quick, their website. Established, let's see, in the Constitution, to regulate county assessment practices, equalize county assessment ratios, and assess property taxes for inter-county California railroads. So anyway, that's really not why I raised my hand. But, I think there's a couple of ways we could do it. One would be, go east and west, either from north to south, or, you either go east to west, cut up California in half. You have Northern California, then maybe Central, and then you're going to have LA, and then you're going to have the Southern. Or you go north to south. And if it's talking about property taxes, maybe that kind of makes sense to try to keep maybe some of the counties together too. So I'm really not helping. I'm just kind of throwing things out there in terms of how we can do that.
No worries. It's absolutely time to discuss it. We've not spent much time at all talking about the Board of Equalization. So this is the right form. Commissioner Anderson?
Yes, it's basically, the BOE does, there are all sorts of, that's not just property tax, it's alcohol tax, it's insurance tax, but, and it's both county and individual taxes. And so it does make sense, because it is, a huge portion is indeed collecting property taxes, which is county-based, to look at, basically to group our 4 groups, picking 10 assembly districts, Senate districts, nest them. And it does make sense to do it regionally, because you try to get a county. This makes, it makes a lot of sense to group it that way. Also, that's how it's been done typically. So the groups are a little more acquainted with their areas. And I would recommend a way that we start would be actually, because going on numbers, I would start in the very southeast corner, San Diego, getting that county, basically picking 10 Senate districts.
Okay.
Put them together, but then they do have to have the plus or minus 5%.
Mm-hmm.
So when we add them, if it's over, we have to drop one Senate district, grab another, and try to keep them as close as possible. Then say LA, and then say up the coast, going inland from the Bay Area till we have those, and then the entire north through the Central Valley.
I like that as a suggestion. We'll take a look at it. But let's step back since Commissioner Sinai introduced this for us. Let's just go through a fact sheet and make sure that we're all on the same page with the Board of Equalization. The State Board of Equalization, BOE, was created in 1879 by constitutional amendment and charged with the responsibility for ensuring that county property tax assessment practices were equal and uniform throughout the state. Through the years, legislative changes expanded the BOE's role to administer the additional taxes and fees. Effective July 1st, 2017, the BOE returned to its constitutional responsibilities. The BOE is responsible for property tax programs, alcoholic beverage tax, tax on insurers, and private railroad car tax. Thank you very much. Fact sheet. You can Google anything. All right. Commissioner Anderson, you do have a proposal. We're going to take a couple of other hands, and then we're going to let you start with your proposal. Commissioner Yee and Commissioner Toledo.
I was actually going to start looking at the map, but if Commissioner Anderson has a plan in mind, then she should go first.
Commissioner Toledo.
I also was going to suggest starting off by looking at the existing map and then as needed, depending on and to adjust that map as needed to reflect the changes that we have made with the state Senate districts.
Okay. Can you flash for us the current Board of Equalization, and then we'll go to Commissioner Anderson.
Yes, one moment, please. I'm going to take off the Senate districts you just worked on, just so there's a little more clarity as to what's on the map. And I just put on the map the current Board of Equalization districts with their numbers. They are outlined in blue. So one of them, District 4, is mostly Southern California, not including San Bernardino County. There is some San Bernardino County included in this district. District 3 includes Ventura County and Southern Los Angeles County, with a little corner of the southwestern San Bernardino County. District 2 is Santa Barbara County, moving north, including some of the more inland counties. And then District 1 is northeastern California and areas in the Central Valley and along the Sierras.
Thank you for sharing that. Commissioner Taylor?
Yes, thank you. So just to be certain and to be clear, we're concerned with population and a desire for nesting. Would you say that that's our overall goal?
Yes. Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, I believe they actually have to be 10 Senate districts. We nest them at 10, so we can't adjust the Senate district. We have to change the Senate district to have them plus or minus 5%.
Commissioner Anderson, they don't have to be 10 Senate districts.
I'd like to get official read on that, please.
Sure. Line drawers. Karn?
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair Turner. So one way to look at this is that you could use the Senate districts and then just start nesting and see what it looks like. And then when you can't nest or you feel like the Senate districts are not very helpful anymore, then you can, of course, take portions of the Senate district, or you can go back to just any kind of geography and just start mapping and working them out that way. So using the Senate districts to map is basically just a starting point. If it works out that you can just use the Senate districts, that's fine. But if not, then you can just start with that, perhaps just get to your 10 million, roughly 10 million threshold, and then, make adjustments based on that. Does that make sense?
It does. I just want to make sure that was not my understanding of the actual specific rules of it. So it really is just plus or minus 5% of what, 900 and
yeah,
9 million.
Yeah,
9 million.
880,859.
No, 90 million, 90 million, 98 million. No.
It's 9 million.
Yes, I'm sorry, 9,880,000. Okay. Okay. I'd still recommend we try it with the Senates, because that's an easier way to do it and then adjust from there.
You have the floor, Commissioner Anderson.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you very much. But so with that in mind, I was hoping, can we see the Senate districts? And I was hoping that they'd have their deviations on them.
Yep, one moment, please.
Great,
I
thank
can
you.
add the name and deviation. And just a note that because all of the Senate districts that you're working with are within plus or minus 5% deviation, you should be able to nest any 10 of them, and they would fall within plus or minus 5% deviation.
While Commissioner Anderson, while you're thinking about that, we have Commissioner Taylor, Fernandez, and Yee, and Sinai, and Toledo. Commissioner Taylor? Commissioner Fernandez?
So slow hand. Thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez?
I'm just ready to draw.
All right, Commissioner Yee?
Just back to the nesting question, I believe it's the same relationship as the Senate, the Assembly to the Senate districts. Nesting is the 6th criterion. So we've generally, thought about having 2 Assembly districts per Senate district, but there's no requirement that they actually nest. It's just where possible. So 10 Senate districts into 1 BOE district where possible, but that's the lowest criterion. That's my understanding.
This is Dale Larson. That is accurate. The main difference is that because the populations are so big, we don't have any VRA considerations at this level, and you've received far less community of interest input as to Board of Equalization. And so it's easy to get to that criteria and use it.
Great. Commissioner Sinai?
On the topic of community of interest input, we did receive some, but not a lot. So I did check, and we have received some. It's interesting what we have received, but yes, you are right.
In the interest of fair maps, I think deciding on where to start the mapping process would make sense, whether it's the Central Valley or Northern California, Southern California. So just picking a place, getting to the 10 million, and then identifying others would be my suggestion. Thank you.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, if we could sort of blow up the little map, please, so we can, yeah, and then just, I can start, say, how about this one, pick 10, we can get a number? Or anyone can.
Would you like to start, please?
In the southeast corner, please. So let's start with SECA.
Okay, one moment. Making these first selections, just because it's the first selection we're making with this map, it might just take a minute for the program to catch up with us.
Thank you. Just, yeah. 1, 2.
It's up because I'm just ready to go. And I can help if I need. I would suggest starting, grab all of LA and see what that is.
I think, because I don't want to get anybody left out. So there's one. Now, Gab, Core Kajan. Yeah, go right up the coast, please.
One moment, please.
Yeah, I know, but we're going to go. But then we might miss some, like you can't.
We're not going to miss any. Yeah. It's going to be contiguous.
Okay.
Commissioner Ahmad?
Yeah.
Commissioner Anderson, I think maybe I can try to. I think what folks are trying to say is that if we start where the population is more dense, we can lock one BOE district and then work outward.
But I mean, we already, now how many do we have? We have 3, correct? So 1, 2, 3. Now add
if I could just pause for 1 second, please, and this just for a technical purpose. I apologize for interrupting. Could I just make this change? It's such a huge selection. There's so much data associated that we might lose it if I don't just say, let's assign this to, maybe we can name them A, B, C, and D for now, just as draft.
Sure.
This could be A, unless anyone has a strong preference otherwise.
X, Y, Z. No, this is fine, Jamie, yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, MCV, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
So I committed
10.
this change in just one moment, please, while the program works.
Commissioner Sinai?
Sorry. Mine's just, again, philosophical or big picture type question. Because we've heard so much of the difference between rural and urban communities, does it make sense at all when we're looking at the Board of Equalizations to think about coastal versus inland? Because when it comes to taxes and all that, there's very different philosophies. So I just wanted to put that out there.
And I think that might be what Commissioner Anderson is going for.
Yes, because it's also county-based, because, you know, the county collects property taxes. So I'm trying to get the 10, including, like, we have Imperial County, we have San Diego County, trying to get Riverside County, we'll probably get Orange, and we might, depending on if, you know, I'm trying to grab the closest adjacent ones, and then that's that. Then we do LA.
Commissioner Fernandez?
I'm just waiting for the baton to be passed. Again, I really think we should grab LA.
Okay.
Well, you know, we've done 3. Can we just, you know, it's a.
So Commissioner Anderson, I just hear dissension.
Okay, all right, stop. Hold the phone, throw it out, do it again, somewhere else. Okay.
Commissioner
I know everyone's
Fernandez,
chomping
and
at the
then
bit here, but
Sadwani, Commissioner Fernandez, and then Jamie, we're going to scrap this for now.
No, you could keep that as an A. And we
Okay.
can start
we
another
only
one,
have
right?
3
Jane?
counties in it. I mean, we only have three.
Commissioner Anderson, okay, we're going to have to work through the chair for this meeting and not have the crosstalk. We have 3 counties in it. You said we can save that as opposed to script. So save that as an A for now.
Thank you. I committed the change. You can see the progress bar at the bottom. It's going very slowly. It's like our personal Jeopardy song, countdown, kind of. So I already committed this change. I can't undo it until it's already done. So
Until it's done.
thank you
I
all for your
see.
patience.
Okay, we're learning the process. Commissioner Fernandez?
Oh, I can go now? Jamie? I can go? Oh, LA, please. Can you? No.
Oh,
it's still loading, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. I was waiting.
Okay, so we'll go to the other comments. Commissioner Toledo?
So yeah, so maybe while we're waiting for the system to load, and I'm anticipating it'll take some time every time we do a district just because of how many thousands of people we're talking about, maybe we can start thinking about which districts we want to include that'll get us to 10 million. So, so just so that we can move this along faster, right? So we can just lump the districts. I'm also thinking about Los Angeles County and the areas around there, because we'll get to the 10 million pretty quickly if we grab those. And then, you know, here we're in this area, it's probably Orange with what we have here, and going up San Bernardino and into the Central Valley to get the, it's going to probably go high up into the Central Valley in order to get the 10 million, but that would be the second. And then, of course, a Bay Area district that goes up probably, or into the central coast. But if we can go through the exact state senate districts is what we're looking at this point, and just kind of get them, just organize them so that we have the 4 districts ready for them to be populated into a map. And I don't have the districts in front of me, but if maybe we can just pull those up while we're and start listing them.
Chair, could I list the 10 that I was going to put in this one? I'll
Just list them. Okay. List your name. Yes, please list yours.
Okay. So we already have SECA, and then the core Cajone, the the NDS, then I was going to grab the MCV, 4, the CBRC, 5, SWRC, 6, the POF, that's 7. And then I believe there are 2, there's the 2 in Orange County. One is SA, I think, well, there are 3 in there, and I can't read the names of them. But those, the Orange County ones, so it's SSA, and then
SAA, and what else?
they're not all named. We'd have to blow it up a little bit. But those would be the ones that would make the 10 in this corner.
Okay, great. Commissioner Toledo, did you have some that you're naming?
Go ahead.
So here we go. So we'll start with, sorry about that.
Should I go like this? Oh, no, it's going to mess them up.
Yeah, so let's just go with, I'm just going to name the page number of the map, if that'll work, or maybe, well, here, I'll do the actual map. SCSFV, then VSDEVENT SFV, which is...
Okay, was that all one?
No.
There's 2 maps. So the first one is...
SVSFB.
Just read the middle.
Yes, SCSFV. Second would be EVENTSFV, V as in Victor. Third would be LA Bay Area. Fourth would be west of 110. Fifth would be SPCC. Next would be 7102 Water. The next one would be SD Nella, followed by SD 60X805, then SD 210, and lastly we would have SD 10WE.
That might be like the 11th one. So we'll have to decide.
And I believe that will get us to population. But if we need another one, we can add, or a partial amount, we can add a partial amount of population from ANTVICAL, which, because of the deviations are slightly different, we may need a little bit additional population.
Okay, mappers, a question on the process for the time that it takes. So we have a couple of different maps that are named, and what works best at this point?
I think just letting us know which Senate districts you would like to be in each Board of Equalization district, and we can add them and go from there. Perhaps we could finish this one and then move on to the next one. Finish this district, which is right now negative 60% deviation.
Okay.
Would that work for you?
I'm just looking here to see if any of them cross, and I don't think so.
So should I lead?
So,
lead
yes,
that list?
continue
Yeah.
with your list.
So the MCV, please. And,
One moment, please.
oh, I can see it better now. Thank you. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
So it currently has 4 assigned to it. It's picking up this MCV.
1, 2, 3, 4. So this is 5?
This would be the 5th, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Jamie, name the communities that are included, please.
The Coachella Valley is here.
I'm sorry, just your tags that's there. SECA.
So it's currently SECA, Core Cajon, SD POW ESC, SOC NSD, and this is MCV.
Okay.
Was that 5?
This is with this addition, there would be 5 Senate districts
Great.
in here.
Could we then add SWRC?
Are there any others you have in mind right now that I could select all at once?
Yes.
You said SBRC?
SBRC. POF. And then IOC.
Thank you. I'm going to add all of those in due time. I just clicked on IOC as well, and then I will commit this change once IOC is included in the selection.
One moment before you collect, because then we'll need to wait. Commissioner Anderson, was there anything else you wanted in this?
Yes, we need to get 10. So we have 1,
Jamie,
2,
can we
3,
add them
4,
all in before you commit?
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I would go for the I don't know what's, it's not enabled, the one that's at the coast?
This one?
Yes. And then here's a question. Would we rather add SAA and delete essentially the one that goes up into in San Bernardino? Would that be more compact? See, right now we'd have a small SAA. We could switch the small SAA for the large MCV, since that's more rural. And then that way we'd have all of Orange County, all of Imperial San Diego, and, parts of Riverside. But we'd only have a little tiny bit of San Bernardino.
Well, we can select what you desire, and we'll commit it and see what it looks like and keep going.
Okay. But actually, in terms of compactness, would it make a difference? If we go, our population, what population do we have right now? We're minus.
These altogether would be a percent deviation of negative 0.52%.
Perfect. So it's that or switch the MCV for the SAA. So all of Orange County is in it. Any preference from anybody?
I'd like to select this.
Okay. And that'll be the A grouping.
I committed this change and just waiting for the change to be enacted.
Okay, and Commissioner Toledo, I think I captured yours. You have the ones you give A. We'll try that next.
Yes, and
She's going to wait until it accepts, though, so don't.
Could I just say, if you do capture it, could you please get SAA so it's not lost?
We're not even halfway there, are we? Yikes. Look at that slow bar down there. Yeah. So it's a pretty long wait time. So in the meantime, we can maybe consider what will be next after we have grabbed the SVSFB, EBE, NSF, Bay. We got your whole list going there. And so do you have a third list for us? Okay, let's hear it.
Yeah, I do. Let's go through it.
Yeah.
Where
is it?
Right here. So, End Coast. So starting off in the north, then followed by SD 80 Corridor, Eden Tech, San Jose, Mid Coast.
Keep going.
Wait a minute, there's one called Mid-Coast?
That's correct. S Coast. Some of the names are a little bit different. If we look at the map that was posted to the
I'm looking at
public.
the list, that's right. Okay, in-coast, and start again then. 'cause that
So
was-
Mid Coast, then S Coast,
And then it kind of depends.
then we have SCSFV, and West, which we start getting into Los Angeles. So it depends on where Commissioner
Anderson.
Anderson's map, finishes.
Okay, and then you have a fourth one.
Do you have another list, Commissioner Anderson? You have,
Yes, and this would be going to LA. It would be SSA,
It's the same one we did.
then it would be, no, we didn't put, yes, I'm doing LA, right? So it's SSA did not get into quote, or A one, so this would be, I don't know, B or whatever. SSA, then it was the 710, no, 710 to water, I think it's called. And then the SPCC, and then the LA Bay Area. And then it would be SD 60X 605. Then west of 110. Who's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
question for you, are you using the new labels?
Oh, I don't know. Where would one find the new labels? With
that are posted for the public have the new labels on them. So we're using those maps.
Okay, let me, and so that is under our
Handout.
handout. And it has the list of, that got posted as well? Ah, no?
So if you go onto, under today's meeting,
Right.
under handouts, and then scroll all the way to the bottom, it'll have the
I don't,
Senate.
I have the Senate. Oh, I see, okay, well.
Okay.
Yeah, but I can't, how do you, let me see, okay.
I do suggest that on the
Move it.
on the Southern California district, we just drew that we add SSA, given that that's in Orange County and not part of Los Angeles.
Right, so, because I was asking that, so do you want to take out MCV?
Yes, because that'll be part of Los Angeles.
No, I'm sorry, MCV is not part of Los Angeles. MCV is part of half of Riverside and half of San Bernardino.
But that, yes, I understand, and that would make more sense with Los Angeles, I believe, rather than.
No, that would go with like Ant Vic Valley and then ECA going up.
Yeah, so that would make sense with the Central Valley district, is what I meant. Sorry, lots of districts
Oh,
here.
okay. So, I'm sorry, I can't read that. It's to get. How are you able to? Where do you have a list of the names of them? Where are you getting the proper names?
Expand it.
You can, if you pull it off of the handouts,
Right.
you have a map, and the map has all of the district names.
Which you can't read them though.
Yeah, I can't get it big enough.
And then
to
you can
read.
expand it and magnify it so that it's large enough that you can read it.
When I expand it, it goes off the table. I mean, off the. I can't get it over there.
And we
Hang on.
did go off the list from this week's. So if you go back to this week's, it'll have most of the names stayed. There's just some changes.
Well, I'm trying to read inside LA.
I think we already gave them the LA ones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought that's.
Yeah, we gave them 10 from the LA. And so now we're working on the other ones.
Okay, so did you include SSA in that?
No, we didn't, because SSA should be with Southern California.
Okay, I was asking about that when I added the to SSA or MCW, and no one said anything, so.
So if we can add SSA to Southern California, we can just make the change really quickly. It's not going to be a
Yeah,
problem.
we'll have to change that one.
Jamie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are switching to 4 different mapping computers so we could just get a list for
Beautiful.
each potential Board of Equalization district, and we'll watch the spinny circle go on our individual computers instead of everybody as a group together. So please let us know which Senate districts you would like to be nested. If we could get maybe a list in writing to share amongst ourselves, that would be helpful. And then we will come back to you once we've merged all of those layers together in one computer.
Yeah.
You could read it
We'll
off.
need to read it
Oh.
off. I don't want to give it in writing. Okay, we can do both. We can do both perhaps, but I definitely want to make sure that we're saying it out loud. Okay? Okay, they got the pens ready. We're ready. Okay, Commissioner Toledo,
So should we start from the top?
start from, yes.
So let's start with the end coast, then SD 80 corridor. And I know you're writing, so I'll be slow. Eden Tech, San Jose, Mid Coast, S Coast, SCSFV, west of 110, so it's west of 110.
Wait.
And right here, we're starting to get into Los Angeles, so I'm trying to avoid that.
West of 110 was LA.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that gives you the bulk of them.
So that's the Northern the coastal districts. In addition to that, we did the Napa district as well. That is
Where's that?
right here. So it's the Napa Yolo district.
What did you do with NorCal, NORCA?
So that'll be in the next set. So the next set, so that's the first set, coastal. Second set would include NorCal, Sacramento, ECA, Benito Fresno, Kings, Kern. Then the district from Fresno to Kern County, as well as VICAL.
I think, and then we've got to figure out the rest because it's too.
And because of deviations, we'll have to work through the Los Angeles
Oh,
and.
she's saying MCV also.
Yeah.
MCV. MCV? Okay.
So we'll include MCV in that if population allows, whereas population allows, then the rest of the Los Angeles counties would be lumped together, and we can go through those.
And disperse.
Yeah, and disperse, and we can go through those one by one, just so that the public is aware what they are.
Okay, before you do that, I'm showing the MCV as part of that first visualization that we already have, so it's not left hanging right now, part of the A that was offered up.
Okay.
No, but we may need some of that population to get to the 10 million.
Right, I was just responding to
Okay.
it hanging.
Yeah.
Good break now.
And I'll list out the Los Angeles counties so that we have those as well, and that the public is aware which ones we're considering for the Los Angeles region, and that's SCSFV, Event SFV, LA Bay Area, west of 11, or west of 110 rather, SPCC, 710-2 Water, SD Nella, SD 60X 605, SD 210, SD 10WE.
Yeah.
And that's the 10 for Los Angeles.
I was just going to say from writing in my notes, in B, from what I wrote down, you also said west of 110 in B, and so maybe I heard that wrong?
That's, if population allows, we'll use that. That can, I think we'll have to take some population and include it in, we'll have to split that in potentially if we need to. If we don't, it'll go with Southern California, or rather Los Angeles. Does that make sense? So if we need to, we can split that district.
And then we might have missed one of the districts because it's hard to drill down to it. So, but that would probably be in the LA area. Thanks.
Madam Chair, would it be okay if Kennedy read back the districts just so that we are selecting the correct ones and adding them?
Yes,
and no
please.
overlaps? Okay, thank you.
So I'll start with the North Coast. So we have North Coast, SD 80 Corridor, Eden Tech, San Jose, Mid Coast, S Coast, South Coast, SCSVV, SF,
SCSFV.
SCSFV.
Yes, thank you.
Napa and west of 110 possibly, or some of it.
That's correct.
Wait, Napa, y'all, where's that? Oh.
I forgot.
And we also have the transcript, so that is okay.
Is there another one you want to read back?
It was okay because we had it in the transcript, so that's okay. Thank you.
Could we please ask a clarifying question? Which visualization should the shoreline go in? This is like the Malibu, Santa Monica, Torrance area. I don't think that we have that captured anywhere.
That's Los Angeles if we need the population, otherwise in North Coast.
Thank you.
Or the coastal.
Actually, Kennedy, did we give you 10 for each one? Because I couldn't read, we can't read down to all of them, so I was thinking that we might be short. Is that the San Jose one, Commissioner Anderson? Is there one? Oh, there's an Oakland one in there? Right. Yeah. Yeah, I think we missed them because we can't see the layers. Some of them, yeah.
Commissioners? So let's see. We're going to go to a quick break to allow the maps to continue to load. And we'll be back in 15 minutes. If you're in the queue, please stay in the queue. Thank you. Well, good evening and welcome back into session, Commissioners, and thank you so much for waiting. I can't even imagine the patience that it requires. I appreciate each and every one of you. We needed to wait until the visualizations, the map was up, and just technology sometimes does not work the way you think it wants to. It takes a little bit longer, but we are indeed working with 40 almost million people, so that is quite a number of people that we needed to wait on. So thank you, we do have it. By the way, wanting to let you know, those that have not yet found it, we do have all 3 images that are up on our website now, PNG, so you're able to see the Senate maps, congressional maps, assembly maps. They're in PNG format, so if you'll download those, you'll be right with us as we're able to see what we're looking at. And at this point, we are ready for you to show us.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to zoom into the different Board of Equalization districts that are shown on the map. Just a broad overview is that District A, which includes a lot of Southern California, is negative 0.7%. B, which includes a lot of Los Angeles County, is negative 0.21%. C, which is all of these coastal areas here, is 1.72%. And D, which is a lot of northeastern California and the Central Valley, is negative 0.81%. So all of those, of course, are within the plus or minus 5% deviation. And then I'm just going to zoom into each of the districts that I just described with the Senate districts also shown on the map so that the commission can just look at which Senate districts are in each Board of Equalization district. These are the districts that were requested by the commission to be included in each district. So District A, which is here in blue, includes SECA, COR Cajon, SD POW ESC, SOC NSD, SWRC, SBRC, POF, IOC, NOC, Coast, and SAA. Moving on to District B, this district includes SCSFV, East Ventura, San Fernando Valley, SD Shoreline, west of 110, SD Nila, SD 210, SD 10WE, SD 60 by 605, 710 to water, SPCC. Moving on to District C, this includes S Coast, Mid Coast, San Jose, Peninsula, SF, Eden Tech, Cocoa, SD 80 Corridor, the North Coast, Napa Byron, and that is it. I'm just going to zoom out so we can all see this in this District C in its entirety. It's going to have to get zoomed out a long way. It's big geographically. And next, moving to District D, this is the final district in this plan, Board of Equalization plan. It includes the North California Senate District. Zooming in, it includes Placer ED, Placer El Dorado, Sacramento, SSAC Stannis, ECA, Fresno Kern, S. Ben Fresno, Kings Kern, the Fresno Kern, and Antelope Valley, Victor Valley Visualization, and MCV. I'm going to zoom out one more time just to get a look at the whole Board of Equalization plan in its entirety. I will take off the Senate districts just to get a good look at everything.
Woo-hoo, good job. All right. Okay. I would love, I'm looking around, I'd like to lock it in.
I think looking at this, it reflects the direction that was given by both myself and Commissioner Anderson, and I'd like to lock it in. And with that, I also want to motion to approve the draft maps for the state. I'm not waiting because I believe all of these maps fairly reflect would create fair maps that would allow us to get reflection from the state of California. So I'm motioning to approve the draft maps for the State Senate, State Assembly, the U.S. House of Representatives, and Board of Equalization.
I second. This is Isra on the phone.
Beautiful. Who was the second from?
Isra.
Isra, yes. Commissioner Ahmad, yes. Okay, one moment, please. So at this point, we have a motion and a second. However, we are going to go to public comment before we vote and get this up and posted.
Sounds good. So if we could please, you can please stop the share at this time, and we will prepare to begin to receive public comments.
Thank you so much for waiting. Oh, we have a proposal and we have a motion for our maps and a second. So we are getting those up and posted while we prepare to take public comment so that we can move forward on a vote on our maps. And so at this time, Christian, will be in your hands to open the lines.
All right, Chair, and those lines have been open as they were opened earlier, and we do have some callers. And Katie, are you available?
I am. Do you not hear me?
I can hear you, and go ahead.
All right. Well, we will go ahead and start with caller. Real quick, I would like to announce that most people have raised their hands, but those that have called in, if you do wish to give comments on the motion on the floor or a general public comment this evening, please press *9. This will raise your hand.
I had one more point before we get started. There was direction from the chair that the time tonight for public comment will be 1 minute and 30 seconds. So we'll be giving you a warning when you have 30 seconds remaining and when you have 15 seconds remaining.
Perfect. Thank you. Right now, we will start with caller 2232, and up next after that will be caller 6058. Caller 2232, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Kayla Asato. I am an organizer with Orange County Environmental Justice. And I just wanted to say thank you for all of your hard work in drafting all these maps and everything. Admittedly, a lot of my public comments were back when there were visualizations, and the website is giving me a lot of difficulty with viewing the draft map proposals. So just wanted to say that I would very much like us to keep Santa Ana and Anaheim whole, and West Anaheim and South Fullerton whole, South Fullerton being south of Chapman instead of south of Malvern. In Orange County. I don't recall, I think it's 1105, but I don't know if that's relevant to the draft maps and everything. I think that the assembly maps are more or less okay, but there are some things that really could be changed for our communities of interest, for our environmental justice communities between South Fullerton, West Anaheim, and for the state Senate maps. I don't know where to begin. There are a lot of things that are just look weird on the visualization. But again, I haven't been able to view the draft map proposals very well. But yeah, bottom line is keep South Fullerton and West Anaheim whole. And for state Senate and Congress, keep them together with Santa Ana so that we can have voting rights act districts in Orange County for the congressional and state Senate levels.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 6058, and up next after that will be caller 8499. Caller 6058, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And one more time, and caller with the last four digits, 6058. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. I do apologize, caller 6058. I do know you have been waiting on hold for quite some time. I will come back to you. There may be a connectivity issue at this time. Right now, we will go to caller 8499. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi. I was listening to the meeting this morning, and I would like to thank the Commission, specifically Commissioner Akutagawa and Commissioner Anderson, for hearing my community and current concern about being combined. I appreciate you all taking our input and want to encourage you to find a solution that makes both counties happy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now, we will have caller 2668, and up next after that will be caller 3700. Caller 2668, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, Commission. Thank you so much for hearing me today. So I've been listening in, and I appreciate that you guys are kind of taking our concerns in, because I'm from Kern County, our concerns about being combined with Fresno. Honestly, my concerns are that the district is just too large. It expands a huge amount of landmass that would take forever to travel to for anybody, really. The counties are really unique, and I think they deserve their own representation. Obviously, someone from Fresno wouldn't be able to represent Kern County all that well, and someone from Kern County couldn't represent Fresno that well. So I think it's really, really important that they get their own representation, and honestly knows the needs of their community there. So I urge the Commission to continue taking our concerns into consideration and find a solution for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3700, and up next after that will be caller 7693. Caller 3700, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Betty Wilson. I'm the Executive Director for the Business Council. I'm calling in today regarding Zone F. I just wanted to thank each commissioner for your hard work and for those commissioners that have heard the voices of our diverse community. We've been very happy with the proposed map on the congressional draft map. We just want to make sure that you reference our submitted map 1006-202-1112, but so far it looks very promising and we're real excited about that. Just wanted to share early on, our community has been very engaged in this process, and I know you have seen the numerous emails regarding the Congressional, Senate, and Assembly districts, so thank you. The Assembly districts are also moving towards our submitted map, 1007-202-1124, again designed with our large Latino population and other communities of interest in mind, while balancing the success of collaborations over the last 10 years. We encourage the use of our proposed assembly districts, 1007-202-1124, as the architecture for our Senate district. That map submitted was 1006-202-1123. This would allow for nesting and meet the Commission's criteria. Thank you so very much for hearing the voice of the people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 7693, and up next after that will be caller 1898. Caller 7693, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, this is Chris Rowe. I submitted testimony online. I'm calling for VSD event SFV 1107. Please do not divide the San Fernando Valley into Ventura County. There's a population of over 10 million, 47,926 people in LA County. This would mean that you would have a whole Board of Equalization district in LA County alone, greater than your population requires. And we should have this district event SSB 1107 completely within the San Fernando Valley. And I've submitted similar testimony regarding the VSD LA Bay Area 1107, how it should be designed. It should stop on Sunset before Santa Monica and move to the north, and take
30 seconds.
the area that you have west of the 405 freeway and put it in with the eastern portion. And if you read my written testimony, it will explain it more
15.
clearly. And I just want to say thank you. I've been spending the hours with you this week, 11 hours, I believe, on Monday and 10 on Tuesday, and since noon today. So I know the time that you guys are putting in, and I greatly.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 1898.
Thank you.
And that's, Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 1898, and up next after that will be caller 4984. Caller 1898, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I know it's been kind of crazy for you guys this evening, so I'll get right to the point. My name is Sandy. I'm a resident of Fresno. I want to thank all of you, the Commission, for acknowledging my concerns on today's meeting. I appreciate that you're thinking of us while you're making these decisions, and I just want to make sure that you know we're grateful for your consideration. That being said, I want to ask you again that you not link Fresno with Bakersfield. I understand the considerations that you're having to balance, and I do not envy your task, but please find a way to separate my community with Bakersfield on the congressional and Senate maps. We're different communities. We have different needs, and they're very different. So thank you for your time, and again, for recognizing our concerns. Have a good night, and thank you from my heart.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 4984, and up next after that will be caller 0053. Caller 4984, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, I just wanted to start by thanking the commissioners who mentioned my concerns while talking about the Central Valley today. Thank you Commissioner Akutagawa, Commissioner Anderson, and Chair Turner. It means so much to me that you are listening to my concerns. I know it's hard to find a place for Kern County, but I appreciate that you all are trying. One possible way to give us some more accurate representation would be to keep Rosedale and Stockdale together in all the districts you're drawing. I know on the map it might look like we're two different communities, but if you were to visit Bakersfield, you'd see that we're really one cohesive community. The way you've drawn the district now is you've put Rosedale together with Oildale, which I think is correct, but what's incorrect is disconnecting Stockdale and the rest of Southwest Bakersfield by putting them in with downtown East Bakersfield and some of the smaller farming communities like Arvin and Delano. It makes much more sense to treat Rosedale, Stockdale, Southwest, and Oildale as one community and put the rest of Bakersfield with the smaller farming communities. I'm asking that you do this and continue to hear my community as we speak what we have to say. Thank you for hearing me, and thank you again for all the work that you're doing, and have a good night tonight.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 0053, and up next after that will be caller 6836. Caller 0053, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Alrighty, so my name is Blaine Hayduke. I'm actually from Bakersfield. I was just actually calling. I understand you guys have a huge issue, huge problem with putting Kern County in a specific area. Really, the big problem that I have with it is you guys are dividing Bakersfield, Hagen Oaks, Seven Oaks, Gosford, and the Stockdale area from the rest of the communities, from Rosedale and even Oildale. I live in Hagen Oaks in the southwest side of town. My parents live in Rosedale, cousin lives in Rosedale, and some of my best friends live in Oildale. Really, everyone I know lives in these areas. Now, the problem with it is it's true that a lot of people who live kind of in separate communities. but we are just one big community, and I believe the splitting Rosedale and Oildale from the rest of Kern County would be a huge mistake. Again, I just wanted to say thank you very much. I don't envy you guys for having to make the decisions, but I really would want you guys to take into consideration.
Thank you so much. Right now, we will have caller 6836, and up next after that will be caller 0073. Caller 6836, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm an elementary school teacher here in the Rosedale Union School District. I've taught second graders for 7 years now, and I'm calling to object to the way that you've divided the districts in Bakersfield. I've got to know a lot of faculty members and fellow educators over the years, and one thing I've noticed is many of them who live here in Southwest Bakersfield work in Northwestern Bakersfield. There are a lot of issues that a legislator or representative has to understand relating to public education in our community, and we need to be able to choose a representative as one community who really understands the needs of educators. If you draw this artificial separation between our communities, you're going to split the vote of educators like me who need to be able to elect a representative that understands our needs. So please take this into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now, we will have caller 0073, and up next after that will be caller 6207. Caller 0073, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Mike I with Equality California, and I'm calling to ask again that the LGBTQ plus community of interest in the Coachella Valley be kept together. As a reminder, for the Coachella Valley congressional and assembly visualizations, we ask that you unite Coachella Valley's LGBTQ plus community on both sides of the 10 freeway in a single assembly and congressional district, as was done in the Senate visualization. Rather than putting communities north of the 10 freeway like North Palm Springs, Cathedral City, Desert Hot Springs into a district with Imperial County. For the Coachella Valley Senate visualizations, we greatly appreciate how you've united the LGBTQ plus community. We think that San Bernardino communities like Big Bear Lake and Yucaipa would belong better in San Bernardino district rather than with the Desert Coachella Valley district. We respectfully ask that the commissioners not vote to accept the draft maps, but instead fix these errors first. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now, we'll have caller 6207. And up next after that will be caller 5056. Caller 6207, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, and thanks for taking my call. I want to get with my strong concerns over combining Fresno and Bakersfield. These are totally different communities that cannot be adequately represented by the same representatives. Combining us will be diminishing the voices of citizens in both Fresno and Bakersfield, and will weaken our ability to elect candidates that will take the tough issues facing both of our communities. Thank you for mentioning our concerns during today's session. That did not go unnoticed. We're simply asking for you to find a way to make sure both of our voices are heard on the congressional and Senate side. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now, we'll have caller 5056. And up next after that will be caller 7625. Caller 5056, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Chang, and I'm the organizing director at Adi for Justice, a nonprofit organization focused on youth organizing, civic engagement, and providing immigrant legal services. Before anything else, I would like to thank you all for your commitment to this crucial process. We understand that planning, executing plans, collecting data, and organizing data, and making sense of all of it takes a lot of work, communication, time, and dedication. Today, I wanted to comment on the communities of interest in South Fullerton and West Anaheim. Low-income immigrant communities in South Fullerton, south of Chapman Avenue, and West Anaheim share common challenges like environmental justice and access to affordable housing. And these parts of Orange County should be drawn together. For the assembly maps, I wanted to thank the Commission for drawing South Fullerton with parts of West Anaheim. There are some minor line changes that I think would better reflect our COI, which will be provided in an email.
30 seconds.
For the Senate and Senate draft maps, thank you for moving towards creating a VRA district. And then lastly, for the congressional map, thank you for drawing parts of South Fullerton into the VRA district. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for your commitment.
Thank you so much. Yeah, right now we will have caller 7625, and up next after that will be caller 5944. Caller 7625, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi there. My name is David. I'm calling with Bay Rising. Want to echo all of the chorus of people saying thank you so much for all of your work. Just sitting through trying to get on public comment has been harrowing. So all the work that y'all are doing is really quite amazing. And I'm calling, I'm with Bay Rising, as I said. And, last night we called in to talk about the areas of Hayward and Ashland and the unincorporated areas of southern Alameda County. And I'm pretty sure Commissioner Anderson referenced it. And then, y'all went and talked about Vallejo for a while last night, which we also very much support the work that y'all were trying to do to connect Vallejo to those areas as well. But we just want to make sure that the areas of Hayward, Ashland, all of those areas are not forgotten. Those areas currently are put in with the Tri-Valley area east of the hills, which is a much richer, much wider part of the district that belongs with areas that are closer over there. There is a really amazing map that was submitted by AASRC that has assembly maps, and it includes a district that has San Leandro, San Lorenzo, Hayward, Union City, and Newark, and is a lot closer to the areas that reflect this district. Again, it's AASRC. Thank you so much for all of the work that y'all are doing.
Thank you so much. Yeah, right now we will have caller 5944, and up next after that will be caller 3033. Caller 5944, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening. Thank you. Hey, I just wanted to draw the commissioner's attention to the submission that the Dolores Huerta Foundation has sent to the commission about the Central Valley VRA maps, and specifically their legal analysis on the Latino CVAPs being, for the congressional maps, being inadequate, just being on the low side. In alignment with what a lot of folks have said, the Kings County VRA district that's connected, so that Stockdale Estates really could come out of there to increase Latino CVAP for that district, as well as the Seven Oaks Country Club, Sunnydale Country Club. There's just a lot of extremely white, very affluent areas that are currently included in that district with Delano, Arvin. It really just doesn't match up, and I think you guys will find significant increases to the Latino CVAP. You guys separate that along the 99 in Bakersfield. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 3033, and up next after that will be caller 0313. Caller 03033, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6.
Can you hear me?
The floor is, yes, we can. The floor is yours.
Yes, my name is Ralph Sonnenfeld. I live in Santa Cruz, and I just wanted to comment on the proposed assembly district for my region. I understand that, these are hard to draw, and for years and years, we have been associated with the we're at the northern end of the Monterey Bay, and we've been associated with communities around the bay. And I understand if it's not possible to continue that, but I have a particular concern with the way that the line has separated the city of Santa Cruz from parts of unincorporated Santa Cruz County in the northern part of the county, including Live Oak and Soquel. And partially the reason for this is, these are this is a line that would actually separate people who are in the same high school. Kids who live across the street from each other would be in separate assembly districts, even though they're going to the same high school. They have the same, every other thing that their families vote for would be the same on the ballot. So I hope that I don't understand why, that the unincorporated portion of Santa Cruz County, including Pleasure Point, Soquel,
10 seconds.
Aptos, and as well as the city of Capitol, has been separated from the rest of.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 0313, and up next after that will be caller 5701. Caller 0313, if you will please follow the prompt to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Howdy, Commissioners. I'm calling out of Salinas, California today, and I wanted to comment on the state Senate maps. I was watching last night. I know you guys tried to separate my county from Fresno County, but I hope you guys will try harder and make it happen. I know the draft maps that were published on 10/27, they included a separate district for my county and San Benito County. And then it let all those Fresno County people have their own district with Madero, Merced County, and those districts where there's already congressional maps that go from Fresno, Madero, Merced. There's an assembly map this cycle that you guys put out that has, Madero, Merced with Fresno. Just doesn't make much sense for my county and just my part of my county to be with Fresno. It's way too far. Our representation doesn't, a Fresno representative is not going to look out for our interests. Those mountains are hard to travel across, and we need our own coastal county out here. So I hope you guys take a hard look at that one more time. It just doesn't make any sense to have us with Fresno County. Our communities are very, very different. So I urge you guys to take a very hard look before approving these draft maps. There's not a good look. It's not a good look to have our counties continue to be represented by Fresno, and those electeds out there don't care about what's happening in the coast. They have all their people over there, and they all vote for their people.
Thank you so much. Yeah, right now we will have caller 5701, and up next after that will be caller 5363. Caller 5701, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is John Kinsey with Wanger Jones Helsley on behalf of the Fresno Chamber of Commerce. Earlier today, Commission staff acknowledged the extensive public comment from Fresno and Bakersfield residents regarding the state Senate map, and I think you're continuing to hear those comments this evening. Specifically that Fresno and Bakersfield should not be combined. I think this was followed earlier today by a comment from the chair that the Central Valley residents got what they wanted, so the commission didn't need to discuss the issue further. I wanted to set the record straight. That's not accurate. Those statements appear to be based on the assembly map, not the state Senate map. In the current visualizations, we continue to have Fresno and Kern combined as a Senate district, and the commenters did not get what they wanted. We have significant concerns regarding this proposed district, and I urge the commission to review my legal comments submitted yesterday. Fresno is the 5th largest city in the state. It should have local representation in the Senate. Despite this, the city split up with other larger, far-flung communities, such as Bakersfield and Salinas. This is a significant danger that the map will result in Fresno having no local representation. The map violates Prop 11, and I strongly suggest that the Chamber consider moving Fresno to the north, consistent with our comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, right now we will have caller 5363, and up next after that will be caller 1701. Caller 5363, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello. Well, good evening, everybody. I just wanted to say thank you for giving me the chance to voice a few concerns, and I wanted to sincerely and honestly thank you guys for doing what all of you guys are doing. I know it's difficult, but it's so incredibly important. I live in the southwest area of Bakersfield, and I just want to let you know that Northwest Bakersfield really belongs with us. And for that matter, we really belong to them. You know, streets connect to one each other, all that. I can bike from one part to the other in like 10 minutes easily. We go to the same shops, same grocery stores. We go to the same Starbucks. We see the same movies at the marketplace. It's really just one community, and I really believe we belong in the same districts so we can choose candidates to run and represent our whole community, not just half of it. Please consider my comments as you're making your important and difficult decision. And have a good night.
Thank you so much. Right now, we will have caller 1701, and up next after that will be caller 3171. Caller 1701, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, dear commissioners. First, I would like to thank you for all your time and letting me speak. But I have to express my opinion, and I'm very disappointed because of what I have heard and seen the past few weeks. One of the commissioners who represent Orange County is getting really popular in our little Saigon community these days. Most of us Vietnamese Americans have heard about your name by now because of what you are trying to do by splitting our little Saigon community apart. Because of your suggestions on the draft map, our community will not have a true representation in the next decade. Because of you, our accomplishments and what we have built as a whole community in more than 40 years will now be destroyed. So I hope that you put your personal interest or agenda aside and truly do what's best for the public. I ask for all the commissioners to please relook and consider our proposal for Little Saigon community. It's important that we keep Little Saigon whole.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 3171, and up next after that will be caller 3321. Caller 3171, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm calling you from the county of Riverside, actually, the city of Riverside. My name is Gilberto Esquivel. I'm with LULAC of Riverside. And we have been working on these districts since a decade ago. What you have done with the state senate district is unbelievable. You have joined us into the San Bernardino County. Riverside and San Bernardino counties are both county seats, and they both have unique problems. And we have to individually look into our problems as we have them, as we have in the past 10 years. All our representation is in the Riverside County. We don't have any communities of interest in San Bernardino County whatsoever. We need to work individually with the Riverside area. We need to have the Assembly District and the State Senate District to show Riverside County only. We cannot go across into another county seat. That would be very difficult for them as well as for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Right now we will have caller 3321, and up next after that will be caller 1043. Caller 3321, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Ana Charco, and I am a resident of Santa Ana. I also work in Santa Ana as a program associate with Latino Health Access. Latino Health Access have been probably working alongside the community residents for over 27 years to improve the social determinants of health in our city. I appreciate all of your long hours and line dryers you have put into balancing so many diverse communities of interest throughout the state. I first want to mention that Santa Ana is primarily composed of low-income and mixed immigration Latinx families, meaning that their families include undocumented U.S. residents and citizen family members. They are extremely hardworking families with many unemployed and essential jobs that are often overlooked and underpaid. These cities include numerous communities of interest, such as immigrants, low-income families, families without medical insurance, and mixed immigration status families. These communities of interest are shared with both the West Anaheim and Southern and South Fullerton. Therefore, I want to acknowledge and thank you for drawing a VRA district around Latinx communities in Santa Ana, both in the Assembly and Congressional draft,
30 seconds.
and for exploring a VRA district in the Senate draft map. Once again, thank you for your time and your commitment to acknowledging everyone's input.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 1043, and up next after that will be caller 2087. Caller 1043, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours. Caller 1043, the floor is yours.
Yes, hi, how you doing? I just want to, indicate that, why I appreciate some comment to make sure that neither side understand as a whole. We need a representation that who understand that unit culture community, gun grove, beach, Westminster, Midway City, Los Animals, Rosemont, Franklin Valley need to stay together for the Assembly, Senate, and Congressional districts. Santa Ana or Anaheim has no community of interest with us. So I hope you don't listen to just one commissioner who is just supposed to be an expert for Orange County because he is living in Huntington Beach. For someone to say Huntington Beach does not belong to a little sidewalk is not said. And show no proof. My kids attended Boys and Girls Club of Huntington Valley, Research Children.
30 seconds.
And Fountain Valley. Huntington Beach baseball literally is for a little who is in Huntington Beach in Westminster. There are many more examples. Please don't separate us. Huntington Beach does not belong to little sidewalk. We continue to fight until we have true representation. Thank you for allowing me to speak at this space out there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 2087, and up next after that will be caller 6812. Caller 2087, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commission. My name is Cha Bang. I am with AAPI for Civic Empowerment Education Fund. I'm a longtime Sacramento resident and a part of the Hmong American, Asian American, immigrant, refugee, and underinvested communities in Sacramento. Therefore, today I will share some feedback on the Sacramento area as a resident of the Vineyard community, to which I hope will be valuable to you. Again, thank you for all the work that you all put into the Sacramento congressional lines. While not perfect, it looks much better and closer to what communities want to see. However, we are still very concerned about the Assembly and Senate maps, and I wish you had worked harder in the Sacramento area before releasing the draft. The Vineyard area is cut out of both the Assembly and state maps and put into a district with San Joaquin, which has very little in common and has a large Asian American communities of interest. And the current maps will split the Asian American communities from Vineyard from South Sacramento and Elk Grove, which is deeply connected to each other, whether it's for school districts, family, college, work, business, or other purposes. The Senate map is also cutting out the Vineyard, so we hope that you can figure out a way to put back Vineyard into the Assembly and state maps to keep the API communities of interest together. hopefully you all can refer back to the maps that are submitted by the Asian American Advancing Justice that actually reflects the API.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 6812, and up next after that will be caller 5178. Caller 6812, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, I'm a Yorba Linda resident, and I've spoken to the commission before about how North Orange County faces the same wildfire issues and how important it is to keep our North Orange County communities together. After weeks of testimony that stressed the importance of keeping North Orange County District together, I was really confused last night when this area somehow ended up in 3 congressional districts. These areas faces firefighters, housing affordability issues, and infrastructure issues. Yet the commission drew arbitrary lines to meet population totals instead of focusing on the community of interest. I hope you reconsider and keep North Orange County cities like Yorba Linda, Brea, Placentia, Anaheim Hills, and Orange all together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 5178, and up next after that will be caller 1013. Caller 5178, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you all, commissioners. My name is John Wong. I am, again, born and raised in San Diego. I called in yesterday. Just wanted to express my disappointment today when looking at the Senate map and to see that some of my hopes to keep northern San Diego, city of San Diego communities together was kind of seen to be flippantly dismissed when, unfortunately, Commissioner Sinai allowed Salon to separate Carmel Valley as well as allow the SOC NSD district to cut in and take a portion of Red Penasquitos. I just wanted to, again, note that North City of San Diego communities like Red Penasquitos, Carmel Mountain Ranch, and Sabre Springs are communities of interest because they are in the Poway Unified School District north of Penasquitos Creek. So again, if you could please make sure that, in future maps, when you're like tinkering and editing for later drafts, to make sure that the North City of San Diego communities are kept whole, like 15. In the AD-SD Coast draft, to make sure that that is whole within the community of Carmel Valley. Also, thank you, Commissioner Sadwani, for continuing to advocate for the LGBT community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 1013, and up next after that will be caller 0597. Caller 1013, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, commissioners. I'm calling in regards to the assembly seat located in Inglewood. The congressional map and the Senate map have the cities of Hawthorne, Lawndale, and Inglewood together, but the assembly seat separates Lawndale, Hawthorne, and Inglewood. And I was just curious as to why that happened in the assembly district. Lawndale Unified School District serves the children of the cities of Hawthorne and Lenox. And I would like to ask respectfully if one of the commissioners would be willing to ask the drawliners to put the cities of Lawndale, Hawthorne, and Inglewood together in the assembly map. It's already done in the congressional one and the Senate one. And I'm just concerned about separating Lawndale from the city of Inglewood in the assembly map. So I would, if someone can ask why that is, and I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 0597. And up next after that, we will retry caller 6058. Caller 0597, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, I was looking at the visualizations that the commission has online, and I just had a couple of concerns for Bakersfield. I think you guys were on the right track on Tuesday when you put Stockdale Country Club in with the Kern Tulare district, which I think just makes a lot more sense to throw that whole area of Bakersfield in with the community that's in that assembly district, since that whole region is really more similar to those regions than Arvin, Delano, Shafter, even downtown Bakersfield. So I hope that you guys will consider my concerns, and I hope that helps and encourage you guys to take a closer look at my community.
Thank you so much. Yeah, right now we will be retrying caller 6058, and up next after that will be caller 6855. Caller 6058, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello. Yes. Hello.
Yes, caller 6058. We can hear you.
This is regarding tenant visualization on page 53 of VST 1107. I live in the city of Cypress, and I'm speaking on behalf of many residents of Cypress. We are happy with the visualization page 53. The city of Cypress was in VST Inc. with our sister cities Los Alamitos and Rossmore, along with Huntington Beach and Seal Beach. We share many common interests. We shop at each other's cities, attend each other's festivals and churches. Los Alamitos School District cross over with Cypress, where many of Cypress kids go to Los Alamitos School. VSD Inc. is the Cypress community of interest. On the latest visualization, Cypress was moved to VSD SAA with Santa Ana, Anaheim, Buena Park. We have nothing in common with these cities. We are two worlds apart. It's not right that the city of Garden Grove, Westminster, gets added to VSD Inc. at the expense of Cypress, only because they squeal louder. I implore you to please move the city of Cypress back into VSD Inc. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 6855. And up next after that will be caller 1619. Caller 6855, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Commissioners, good evening again. Samuel Supaton from California Environmental Voters Educational Fund. I want to congratulate you on coming up to draft maps. I know that you've got a considerable load to bear, and a minute and a half will not kind of capture most of my comments. I will direct you back to the map presentation I made 3 weeks ago, but I do have some comments. First, I'd love to see the shape files as soon as you can put them up so we can do some numbers crunching. Some things that we testified about got in: the San Bernardino-Inyo hard line where the Sierra begins, 2 congressional seats at the border, 1 in Imperial. Actually, you got 4 in, my compliments. Combining Pasadena, the 210 corridor, and an API West San Gabriel Valley in the congressional maps. The North Coast architecture that we argued for in 2011 remaining generally intact, and creating a hard line between LA and Ventura at the congressional level. Definitely appreciate those. A couple things to like to look at. I don't know if you saw the Karuk letter about wanting to be drawn. Could the Karuk and Yurok tribes want to be drawn in a North Coast congressional district? And so we'd ask you, and I think the Native Project would agree, take in Siskiyou. I see that Modesto dip in the Senate level at the Sierras. We did ask you to dip once for population. Do it in Truckee or El Dorado Hills, communities that are more affiliated with kind of the Sierra and the community, and that the environmental economic needs there. Fallbrook out of the CDOCNSD. And I'll have more later, but thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 1619. And up next after that will be caller 0613. Caller 1619, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Joshua. Thank you for taking the time to listen to our testimonies. I'd like to make a public comment on one of the communities of interest. Kings County communities are separated from larger cities, and they instead rely on Hanford as a center for shopping and meetings for household needs. Kings County is a former Section 5 jurisdiction and should be kept whole out of consideration for that former status. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, right now we will have caller 0613, and up next after that will be caller 9399. Caller 0613, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. One more time, caller 0613, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. To apologize, caller 0613. It appears to be some connectivity issues at this time. I will try back in a few. Right now we will have caller 9399, and up next after that will be caller 2223. Caller 9399, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm calling to remind you all regarding the congressional and the assembly districts here in the high desert, AD 33 and CD 8. We've been striving to try to exclude the mountain region from the desert communities. It's the equivalent of maintaining that same district, as you've pointed out, as you've shown, is the equivalent of having Beverly Hills added with East LA. Two very, very different communities. The desert community is basically a blue-collar community. The region, the mountain region of Big Bear and Lake Arrowhead, you're talking about millionaires that live there, multi-millionaires. They have nothing in common with the desert community. We made every effort to try to submit maps to you from the Black-Brown Alliance that have
36
strived and worked hard to create the map that would be more conducive to having our communities whole. I would ask you to reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, right now we have caller 2223, and up next after that will be caller 0011. Caller 2223, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And one more time, caller 2223, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you. I'm a resident of Brea, and I want to thank the Commission for all your work. I've been following the hearings and heard weeks of testimony about keeping North Orange County together, and I was disappointed in the latest congressional visualizations that split up North Orange County. North Orange County faces similar issues and share common interests. Like, we tend to be one community. We all shop, eat, and work in the area, regardless of city lines. So I hope we can find a way to keep Brea, Yorba Linda, Anaheim Hills, and Orange, all in this North Orange County together, and that we can have one congressional representative to represent our concerns. Much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0011, and up next after that will be caller 3770. Caller 0011, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Daniel Andalon, and I live in Northeast Los Angeles. I want to thank you for the work that you've done these last few days, particularly the 7th through the 9th. We want to thank you for the work you've done thus far on our congressional district and on our Senate district. I'd like to bring your attention to the visualizations of 2 assembly districts that have historically represented our Latino communities, communities that have been a part of these districts for decades, which they have fought for. We are asking you to please look at the guidelines and the criteria used for the congressional district that represents these communities from Eagle Rock to right south of downtown Los Angeles, from Pico Union and Westlake to the east side in unincorporated East Los Angeles. These neighborhoods deserve these two assembly districts. Do not allow this process to decimate what we've worked so hard for these past decades. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate the attention to these districts of Los Angeles.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 3770, and up next after that will be caller 7175. Caller 3770, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Sam Garrett Pate, and I'm calling on behalf of Equality California. I'd like to thank Commissioners for working to unite our LA LGBTQ+ community in one Senate district today. And in particular, we want to thank Commissioners Kennedy, Sadwani, and Toledo for their recognition that the LGBTQ+ community is not only in West Hollywood and Hollywood, but also extends to East Hollywood, Los Feliz, and Silver Lake. Unfortunately, the draft assembly map still divides Hollywood and West Hollywood and our community in half, putting Hollywood with Glendale and West Hollywood with Santa Monica. Hollywood and West Hollywood share an LGBTQ+ community, housing concerns, business interests, the entertainment industry, and more. They are inseparable and should not be divided and lumped in with larger cities like Glendale and Santa Monica, which have far less in common. Respectfully, we ask that you not vote to accept the draft assembly maps and fix this division to unite Hollywood and West Hollywood first. In San Francisco, we ask that you relook at the draft assembly map as well, which currently divides the LGBTQ+ community by separating Bernal Heights and parts of Twin Peaks in West SF from the rest of the LGBTQ+ community, which is currently united in East SF. There has also been COI testimony that these maps divide the Latino, Black, and API communities. Again, we respectfully ask that you unite our community before voting to accept the draft maps. And finally, I just want to reiterate our deep appreciation for Commissioners and the staff for all of your hard work and for your focus over these days.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 7175, and up next after that will be caller 5046. Caller 7175, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. This is Jeremy Payne calling with Equality California. Thank you to the commissioners and staff for having us. I'm just calling in to express my deep appreciation for the work you're doing to unify our LGBTQ+ community in San Diego. It was a lot of work today, and just want to highlight that we really appreciate the effort made to locate and use the shapefiles we submitted yesterday. These shapefiles are extremely useful and should be used before voting on a draft Senate map because they will allow you to see our LGBTQ+ community's geographic boundaries in San Diego County, which will be helpful. And it provides a helpful visual of why our community would be better served in an SD-POW-ESCO Senate district rather than an East County Core Cajon Senate district. I'm referring to the draft Senate maps now. Moving our community into the SD-POW-ESCO district will solidify our LGBTQ+ community in the Senate district that not only unites us but empowers us to support candidates of choice that are representative of our community. To negate the population added, we can move the city of Santee and East County neighborhoods of Lakeside, of Santee and the neighborhoods of Lakeside and Winter Gardens into the core Cajon district. And that will help strengthen our LGBTQ+ community and keep East County communities in San Diego together. So thank you so much. We hope that you are able to make these changes before we move forward with the draft Senate maps.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 5046, and up next after that I will be retrying caller 0613, and at that time we will not have any more raised hands for those who have not spoke this evening. So if you wish to give comment, I'd like to give you one more opportunity. Please press *9 to raise your hand indicating you wish to give comment. That is for those who have not shared their comments this evening. Please press *9 to raise your hand indicating you wish to give comment. Right now we will have caller 5046, and then we will retry caller 0613, and I did see some of those hands come up, so we will be coming to you after that. Caller 5046, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Drew. I live in Culver City. We have a bunch of folks have provided community of interest that ties us to Marina del Rey and Venice. And originally there were a number of districts that had that possibility. And for some reason, despite I know at least one commissioner had made the request to unite all of Culver City, and at least for the Assembly District, find a way of tying it into the West Side, where it shares being in the West Side Council of Governments, shares the Bayona Creek, shares common shopping. It's still part of this district that's called east of the 110. It's very important to preserve and make sure we've got African-American representation, but Culver City only has a 7% African-American CVAP. So what you've done by putting all of them into one district like this is basically ensure that it's going to be incredibly difficult for Culver City to have anyone ever run for office because because the demographics don't match the rest of the district and can make it very difficult. I think that you can certainly, and it should be a goal to preserve and making sure that you've got that seats that can represent an African American, but you can do that by picking up the Mid-City Neighborhood Council area or Westchester, which have similar demographics. And
thank you so much. And right now we will retry caller 0613. And up next after that will be caller 0203. Caller 0613, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Hello, and first off, I want to say thank you to the host and all the commissioners for giving me a second opportunity. Totally missed it last time. I'm calling today. My name is Jimmy. I'm calling today out of Eastern California, and I wanted to comment on the state Senate map for Fresno County. We've had a number of local residents, both online on the forum and calling in, express how we would not like to be linked to San Benito County and Monterey County. So I just wanted to call and encourage the commissioners to take one more strong, hard look on having a Fresno County-centric, without the coastal community, state Senate district. I know that another person earlier mentioned state Senate map that were released on October 27th or around that date, where it had a Fresno-based district that went up to Madera and Merced, and a little bit even higher than Merced. And that was a little bit more reflective of how the congressional and the assembly map looks for Fresno County. And I think there's a way we can draw a VRA district based around Fresno County with Merced and Madera, and creating 2 VRA districts within the Central Valley. So thank you so much, and I hope you guys take one more look at trying to make a Fresno-based state Senate district.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 0203. And up next after that will be caller 0983. Caller 0203, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Maria Estela Valencia. I am a resident of Orange County, and I'm a community organizer with Orange County Congregations Community Organization. We appreciate all the long hours and the line drawers that you guys have, the time and dedication you put into balancing so many diverse communities of interest throughout the state. I just want to highlight the importance of South Fullerton and West Anaheim to be kept together along with Santana because of the similarities in communities of interest, such as they all have Latinx, low-income, immigrant mixed status communities. They are not similar, for example, to other neighboring communities such as Yorba Linda and Anaheim Hills. Again, thank you so much for the time and dedication. I also want to uplift for the Assembly. We will be providing minor line changes between 2 districts that better capture our community of interest. Same for the Senate and Congress. Again, thank you so much for your time and dedication in this.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 0983. And I'd like to reach out to caller 8224. If you did not mean to lower your hand, please press *9 again. Caller 0983, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioner. Your visualization for Assembly by Northwest Orange County are completely wrong ahead. I am Vietnamese American and have lived in since like a Port of Saigon. And we deserve to have our community protected and under one assembly district. Please respect the community of interest that is Greater Little Saigon by keeping Garden Grove, Westminster, Rosemont, Seal Beach, Los Alamitos, Huntington Beach, and Fountain Valley together. This is how it's now, so please don't make any change. Thank you for your time. Have a great night. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. And at this time, we have reached the end of our raised hands. For those that have not spoken, there'll be one last opportunity before I hand it back over to the chair. And we do have one more raised hand. Caller 7311. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, esteemed commissioners. Thank you so much for your time and your important work. I just wanted to reach out because when I'm not working, I'm spending most of my time surfing in Santa Monica and Venice and the other beach communities. I've been surfing that area for about 13 years. And I understand life moves in waves. We have to adapt, but I caught a bit of an ankle biter the other day. It knocked the wind out of me, and I heard we were thinking about including Santa Monica with the San Fernando Valley. I mean, I've never caught a wave in the San Fernando Valley. And one thing I know is the clear geographic line is Mulholland Drive. You know, I've probably been to Encino all of 3 times in my life, and I still couldn't point it out on the map. So let's keep the beach communities with the beach communities, and let's keep the valley with the valley. Full tilt boogie, appreciate it all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
8224 does have their hand raised.
Okay, this will be our last, Katie. Thank you.
Okay. The floor is yours, 8224. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Nguyen. The Orange County and the heart of Little Saigon, Out York, and educational interest right over between Gandro, Westminster, Midway City, Fan Valley, Huntington Beach, Rosemont, Los Alamitos, and Seal Beach. Huntington Beach Union High School District oversees Fan Valley High School and Westminster High School. Oceanview School District of Huntington Beach oversees Visa-View Middle School in Fan Valley, Starview Elementary in Midway City, and Westmont Elementary in Westminster. Gandro Unified School District has Carrillo, Marshall, and Anthony Elementary School, McGavin and La Quinta High School in Westminster, and Ellen Monroe and Northcote Elementary School, and Los Alamitos High School in Fan Valley. Fan Valley School District oversees William Newland Elementary and ISO Zero Oka Elementary. Jubit Get York and
30 seconds.
Jubit. Hello?
Hello. 20 seconds remaining.
Yes. Our community of Gandro, Huntington, Westminster, Midway City, and Rosemont belong together. Don't split our school district into different assembly, senate, and congressional districts. Allow our children to be able to benefit from representatives that will give them the full attention they deserve instead of someone who represents one or two schools. Thank you.
And thank you. And thank you, Katie. And at this point, we are going to, we have a motion on the floor and a second. I'd like to thank all of you for all of your comments and input into the process thus far. We do have a proposal to approve the display of our first preliminary statewide maps for the Congressional, State, Senatorial Assembly, and the State Board of Equalization Districts. We do know that we will come back and continue to refine based on information that's been received. But at this point, we are going to go to a roll call. Commissioner Anderson.
The way it's written, could we also say State Assembly, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. And it's not that I feel like engaging very deeply right now, and I appreciate everyone's patience as I've taken a bit of a personal health day. But, you know, the community has had the chance to comment. I feel like the commissioners also deserve the chance to comment before the vote. Thank you.
Commissioner Kennedy? Oh, that's it. Okay. Commissioners? Commissioner Ahmad? I'm sorry, I didn't see Commissioner Sadwani first. Are you good? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I have about 18 minutes for these comments, so hopefully they're lightning round. I am so honored to work alongside and learn alongside all of you. Although these are not our final maps, these are draft maps. I look forward to continue to making them better to represent the people of California. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ahmad. Commissioner Sadwani?
Thank you so much. I wanted to echo Commissioner Ahmad's comments, and definitely lightning round before you have to make a trip home. But I wanted to thank you, Chair Turner, for your leadership and guidance through this process. I think we achieved a lot, and we still have a whole lot of work in front of us. I have a laundry list of areas that I think are going to need a whole lot of refinement. I know we didn't touch much of LA County and our assembly and congressional districts, and I think we'll be taking a fine-tooth comb through that area in the future, and I very much look forward to hearing from the communities on the ground about how we can continue to bring improvements to these maps as we head towards our final. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah. While these maps are not perfect by any means, as Commissioner Sadwani referenced, they do meet the compliance requirements for all the legal requirements that we've reviewed. We've taken into consideration the tens of thousands of community input that we've received, and at this point, I would urge fellow commissioners to support these draft maps, as it'll give the public the most amount of time to comment over the next 14 days prior to the holidays. So really, by approving these maps moving forward, it gives us 14 days to get community input from communities before we hit the holidays. And I think that's really critical, to me at least. But thank you.
Commissioner Sinai and Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Vasquez, Commissioner Yee.
And Commissioner Turner.
Thank you so much, Chair and fellow commissioners. I am civic engagement junkie, and I'm kind of in awe by this whole process. I always say that it's an honor to serve the state of California alongside the 14 most diverse group of people I've ever worked with, and feel so honored to work with. But I'm also in awe by the public, and just the diversity of people who have called in, and just, being someone who had immigrant someone who's an immigrant, and to call our grandparents was a big deal. Just being able to listen to people calling from all over California, all parts of California, and submitting public comments is just really inspiring. We're up to almost 15,000 comments, and that's not including, we're still missing a lot of them in our database, but that is really impressive. So thank you, fellow commissioners, as well as the state of California.
Okay, we are lightning round. Thank you, California, for all of your feedback. We are continuing to refine these maps. At the beginning of the week, I wasn't sure if I was comfortable with them, but we've done a great job to get us this far. Again, they are draft maps. We are wanting your feedback, and just remember, please tell us what you don't want in and what you do want in. There is a number that we're looking for in terms of equal population, so please keep that in mind when you provide your feedback. If you don't want something in your district, we have to see what we have to then take out and bring in. And then I just wanted again, thank the Californians. Looking forward to more comments. Thanking my fellow commissioners, staff, our awesome line drawers, and our VRA experts. So thank you all, and please remember we do have competing communities of interest, and we're listening. Thank you.
I'll keep it short and sweet. Thank you to our chair for encouraging us to put our best foot forward for these draft maps. There were long nights, and I couldn't hang with some of y'all late into the night. But it's because I trusted you all and I trusted California to get this iteration of draft maps in a place where we can get real meaningful feedback. So thank you again, and look forward to approving these draft maps and your feedback.
I want to thank the Commission for deciding to approve and release these maps 5 days before they were legally required to be completed, these draft maps, and to honor the time crunch for the holidays. And so I hope the public will make a good use of that time, and I'm glad we were able to make that early deadline that we set for ourselves. This is not the most efficient way to draw maps by far, but it's the fairest way. And I really admire what we've been able to do together, and appreciate the trust of California to 40 million Californians to let us do this on their behalf. And I hope our work will serve you well.
Vice Chair Taylor, if you could continue, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. You guys know me, I like to be short and concise. So again, thank you, Californians. Thank you, commissioners. It's nice being a witness in the room to the process. I think that's a blessing and a commitment that I'm extremely proud of. The maps were drawn with all of Californians in mind. I think we're trying to make room for the most engagement and opportunity. So I appreciated the public would keep the input coming, and I think this will be a great springboard to some good final maps. Thank you.
All right. First off, I just want to acknowledge that, yes, this process, as has been said by some of my fellow commissioners, it's messy. It is very slow, but I do believe that it is a process that has enabled as many people who seek to be engaged in this process to be engaged. And I just want to say we hope that we will hear from even more in the coming weeks. I want to also acknowledge the hard work that has been done by the staff, the line drawers, our council, and the commissioners. And while I believe that our maps are not yet perfect, I believe that we have a lot more work to it, and we've heard that from some of the comments that we heard just tonight. But we are working to ensure that we're going to come to a place, when we turn in these final maps, that will best reflect everybody. I just want to encourage everybody who's listening, and for those of you who are also encouraging others to call in, to please ask them to send in their comments on the maps. But I also ask you to be helpful. Tell us what you like. If you don't like something, tell us why. What would you change? What would you swap? Because there is requirements that we have to meet specifically. And first off, the numbers. An assembly district has nearly 500,000 people in it. A Senate district has nearly 1 million people, 988,086 to be exact. Congressional, 760,066. What are the hard choices that you would make? And then also think about what those ripple effects would be to the other parts of California. That's what we're grappling with. But you help us get the nuance by telling us what you think would work. So to the 40 million Californians that have entrusted us, we are each one voice, but we do this work on your behalf. So just want to say thank you for the privilege.
Isra has a plane. I mean, Commissioner Ahmed has a plane to catch, so I'll keep it short. Ditto to everything that's been said. Thanks to the chair, and we just remind the public that we have public input meetings. Give you a little time to review the maps, 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th. So we look forward to hearing your feedback then. Thank you.
Absolutely. Commissioner Lamont.
Evening, everyone. I just want to echo, I know our fellow commissioner has to be on the road, so I want to say thank you to everyone. And I'm very proud to have been a part of this process with my fellow commissioners. This has been quite a journey in the heart of a pandemic, and I think we should all feel very good, despite the fact that everything isn't finished yet. We're well on our way, and I think we've given the public the optimal amount of time to really help us do this final refinement, and we look forward to doing that. And thank you to the chair and the vice chair for shepherding this portion of the experience.
Thank you. And with that, we have a motion that's been properly moved and seconded. We've had word from the public and from the commissioners, so we now will move to a vote. And my understanding is that it is a majority vote, no special majority.
Thank you, Chair. I'll begin. Commissioner Toledo? Commissioner Ahmad?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Commissioner Toledo?
Yes.
Commissioner Turner? Commissioner Vasquez?
Yes.
Commissioner Yee?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, I couldn't get off of mute. Yes.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Yee, once again?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Akutagawa?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
C, yes.
Commissioner Fornashari?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Lamont?
C, yes.
Commissioner Sadwani?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanai?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Since I stand in the path of unanimous, yes.
Thank you. The motion has passed.
Yeah, to put the microphone on. We should have those little pup strings.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, commissioners. So I believe that is all of our business for this evening. I feel somewhat cheap in that I feel Trina should have been able to usher in that final vote, but she did an outstanding job. We appreciate her kindness and understanding in the room she gave us all to debate and go over that very difficult process. We all can take a deep breath, but we know more heavy lifting is coming. So let's enjoy our evening. Let's enjoy our success. Let's take the respite and let's adjourn this
I have
meeting.
one thing, Commissioner.
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
I have
Go ahead, Trina.
one quick thing
Commissioner.
before we. So we are currently agendized for a meeting on the 13th and the 15th. And my fellow commissioners, and if Vice Chair you'd agree, I'd like to recommend that we just take the 15th meeting. I don't think we have any business that can't wait until Monday, the 15th, as opposed to 13th. But we do need to determine that. And then just as, so that I can get off of, go back on mute, as a reminder to all of us that utilize the facility to ensure from a housekeeping perspective that all items are cleaned up and put away and taken away appropriately. I've been asked to announce for us, and that's all I have. Thank you.
So then if I'm hearing correctly, we are not going to meet again until the 17th?
The 15th.
The 15th. Okay, so we will meet again on the 15th for a regular business meeting?
Yes, Chair.
All right,
Commissioner Taylor?
Given that we're all in agreement? All right, so
Commissioner
then
Taylor, can you confirm that you will be chairing that meeting on the 15th?
Let me see what day that is. Monday, what time will that meeting commence?
9:30.
9:30 to 4:30.
So I would need one more day before I could take over as chair.
We'll figure it out.
Okay, we'll work that out then.
But we can figure it out.
Yes.
Any other business pending? So we get to take a deep breath for a couple of days longer. And again, congratulations, Commission. And this meeting is adjourned at 7:17. Thank you.